anything to do with it, or just, like, you need to totally.
Okay, we're on. Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. We are in the JATC South building. It is our last meeting of this calendar year, and also the last meeting of two of our board members, Ms. Atwood and Mr. Young. Oh, sad. We have all board members that are here present, along with board members elect Lisa Dean and Brian Barnett. We've got our superintendent, Dr. Godfrey, associate superintendent, Mr. Anderson, business administrator, Mr. Larson, and Mr. Van Komen will be joining us shortly. We are going to go ahead and get started with the first item on our agenda, and that is a discussion of school grades and the school accountability report cards that are released by the state. And we have Mr. Ben Jamison that is here with us, and we will start with Dr. Godfrey and then Mr. Jamison.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the work that Mr. Jameson has done in advance of this meeting. I told him a week ago that he has to present in every board meeting for the remainder of the year. So I appreciate his taking on that large task. He does a wonderful job of keeping track of our progress as a district and keeping us in compliance with accountability requirements. He just does a masterful job of helping us make the most of data, and we're really grateful to have him. He's one of those where you think, how would we do without him in that position? And you don't like to imagine it. So I appreciate his being here. He'll give you some great information and will answer your questions. So I'll let him go ahead and dive in. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Dr. Godfrey. It's a pleasure to be with everyone. Happy holidays. My task today is to just discuss a little bit about the school accountability system, specifically the assessments that are associated with the accountability system. So I've really got two objectives. To start off, we'll just provide a brief kind of review of the accountability system and its current existence, knowing that down the line they are looking to revamp that system at least to some degree. Second objective would be to just summarize some of the data of the assessments that are associated with the school accountability system. We'll do that on two levels. We'll take a look at district data compared to the state, and then district data compared to 4 other larger Wasatch Front school districts, including one that is probably most similar demographically to Jordan School District. So to start off with, the accountability system is divided basically into 2 categories. There are indicators for elementary and middle schools, and then there are separate indicators for high schools. So we'll start with elementary and middle first. You'll notice in these pie graphs here that proficiency and growth take up the vast majority of how school accountability grades are calculated. And then along with growth of the lowest 25%, all 3 of those indicators are derived from the RISE assessment for elementary schools, and then the RISE assessment and Utah Aspire Plus for middle schools. And then English learner progress is derived from the WIDA Access, which is administered to second language learners annually every January and February. So we're actually gearing up for that test right now. High schools have those same indicators. The assessment used for proficiency and growth of the lowest 25% is Utah Aspire Plus. That is just their 10th grade. And then because they're high schools, we have 3 post-secondary readiness indicators you'll see on their advanced coursework, which is just the percentage of students who get a C or better in AP concurrent enrollment or IB courses, as well as any CTE pathway completers. And then you'll see on there another post-secondary readiness indicator is the ACT. This is the 11th grade administration of the ACT, and it's just the percentage of students that reach an 18 or higher. And then, of course, high school graduation rates is the third post-secondary readiness indicator. The next slide just shows how you saw the percentage weightings. These are the point breakdowns for each of those for the school report card. So essentially, the total accumulation of points is what determines the letter grade. And these are the letter grades that are available. You'll notice that a C represents a typical school, which across the board, that's where most schools fall, is into that C range, typical range. There is some additional data represented on the school report card, even though it is not part of the school grade calculation. You'll see consistent attendance, and often you'll see post-secondary enrollment, although I don't believe the 2022 version has that updated yet. You'll also see early literacy data, which is coming from Acadience reading in grades 1 through 3. The data there is a little bit different than this body is accustomed to viewing. We are accustomed to looking at it in terms of the percentage of students at or above benchmark. They look at it in terms of the percentage of students on grade level using the Lexile framework. So I'll discuss that a little bit more in a bit. So just these are the 5 assessments then that fall somewhere on the school accountability report card. All of them but Acadience reading actually are part of the calculation of the school grade. So with that said, that was a pretty fast review of the accountability system. Any questions on that before I move into the assessment data? Okay, awesome.
Ben, I believe that there has been conversation for several years that this is going to change. Do you see that coming any closer?
Yes. The state has taken some steps towards redesigning the accountability system. For the past year, just over a year, they have had an accountability redesign committee meeting frequently made up of parents, educators, board members, legislators, kind of the gamut. And the committee just finished its work and submitted their report to the state board, I believe in August, September, something like that. And the board has chosen to accept the recommendations of that committee. That particular report largely keeps the indicators that we just mentioned, with the exception of post-secondary readiness indicators. They're going to relook at those and see if they can't hone those. But they will be including portrait of a graduate indicators in future renditions of the system. How that looks yet, still pretty unclear. I mean, there's 13 competencies from the state, but it seems that LEAs, school districts, will have some choice over what portrait of a graduate indicators might be included in the system. That's about as much as we know right now. All right, so as we move into the assessment data that I'm going to show you, I just want to remind you of a few things, and I think this body well remembers most of my points, but I'm going to bring them up anyway. First off, as we look especially at the last 2 to 3 years of data, we know that COVID-19 had an impact on achievement, and you're going to see in the data that it was an impact not just for this district but statewide. And that impact really we can narrow down what might have impacted scores. Certainly access to daily consistent instruction was hampered, as both students and teachers had to deal with quarantines and absences due to illness. There were kids that were learning online, kids that were learning in person, and a lot of transitions back and forth in all those areas. So consistent daily instruction was certainly hampered, especially during the height of the pandemic. Stress and anxiety, of course, increased, and students in particular, if they're stressed and they're anxious, they do not learn as well, and so that's part of it. Participation in these assessments was different as well. Some due to those absences, but the majority of those assessments that are included on the school accountability system are not available virtually. So RISE, Utah Aspire Plus, WIDA, the ACT, students that were learning online generally could not access those assessments. They couldn't access those assessments at home, and chose largely not to access those assessments in the building because of their own health concerns. That's why they often chose to learn virtually. And so those weren't available to them. Thus, our participation rates were lower. We also saw heightened absentee rates for some of our populations that most need to be in school. So students students with disabilities, second language learners, and economically disadvantaged kids. And there were a larger portion of those students that also did not participate in assessments during the height of the pandemic. Now, with that said, outside of the pandemic effects, Jordan School District is experiencing some demographic changes, particularly with students of Hispanic ethnicity. We're seeing pretty fast growth for second language learners, in particular, second language learners that are coming from their home country with very little English skills. And then in addition, even though we might consider the pandemic largely past, we're in that post-pandemic stage, absentee rates actually are skyrocketing. They are, last year they were higher than they were in any of the previous years. And that continues to be the case this year as well. So if students aren't in school, that will impact achievement rates as well. So those are all things to kind of consider as we're looking at the data over the past 2 or 3 years. So with that said, we'll begin with the RISE assessment, and we'll begin with proficiency here. This is the comparison between the district and the state. Jordan School District is dark blue, the state is light blue, and you'll notice 2020 is missing. You may recall that that spring, the governor called a soft closure of schools where learning moved to online at home. And so all summative assessments were canceled that year. So 2021 is actually the first data we had within the pandemic. And as you can see with both the state and the district, there was a drop there, about a 4% drop for the state and just under a 4% drop for the district. And as you can see there, we're starting to recover just a little tiny bit in 2022, but still experiencing that pandemic drop. Comparison.
Ask a question about
Yes,
that.
please do. Let me
How
go
does
back.
that stack up nationally? I know they use different tests to mark than we do, but as a nation, I've understood that Utah has not had the learning losses like others. Is that
You're correct, actually, Mr. Robinson. We really have 2 measures that we can refer to. One of them we'll talk about tonight, which is the ACT. The other one is the NAEP, which is given nationally, kind of sampling in all districts. And we had several schools or several samplings in schools participate in that as well. And both those assessments seem to indicate that there was less of a learning loss compared to other states. The state itself would attribute that to our emphasis on in-person learning. And that came out to be the case with the ACT too. We saw a little drop, but as I'll show you in a minute, we've largely recovered from that already.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes,
So is proficiency, what is that considered, a 2 or a 3?
a 3 or
A
above.
3 or
Yep,
above,
yep.
okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, so if we look at the same data with a comparison to the 4 larger school districts here in the Wasatch Front, you'll see a similar pattern in terms of a 2021 drop. You'll see that some of the school districts are starting to recover a little bit more as well. But that, all of them took about a 4 to 5% drop because of the pandemic, and none of them have been able to recover to post-pandemic levels yet for RISE Language Arts. If we look at RISE Math, you'll notice we took a much larger drop as a district and as a state. The state in 2021 saw about a 6% drop, just under. As a district, we saw about a 7% drop. In particular for RISE Math, the older the kid was, the larger the drop. So it was most impacted in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in math. And that was the case as well in 9th and 10th grade with Utah Aspire Plus. I'll show you that in a bit. For the large school district comparison, you can see math definitely had an impact across the board with all of them as well. We're starting to bounce back just a little bit more than we were even with language arts, as well as some others like Davis, for instance, that's starting to bounce back, and Alpine, Granite. And I forgot to mention, by the way, as you're looking at the large Wasatch Front school districts, Canyons remains our school district that is most similar to us demographically. They're a little bit wider on the extremes, but they still would be the closest to us. RISE Science, sort of in between math and science in terms of learning loss there, about a 4.5% learning or loss in proficiency for the state, and about a 7% loss for the school district. This is a case where we're still losing ground a little bit, as you can see there in 2022 as a district in science. And then in comparison with the Wasatch Front school districts, pretty similar pattern as well. A little bit slower recovery for a couple of the school districts along with us. Now, if we move on to Utah Aspire Plus, this is a 9th and 10th grade assessment. This is a fairly new assessment. We only have 3 years of data. It was developed just before the pandemic. It's what they call a hybrid test. So it's made up of about 50% old SAGE items, so SAGE before it was RISE, from 9th and 10th grade. The other half of the assessment then is made up of an ACT product that they sell called the Aspire. And so what it does is it will provide proficiency and growth, but at the same time it also provides predicted ACT scores as well. The predicted ACT scores are not reflected on the school report card, just proficiency and growth, and so that's what I'll go over here. Again, a state comparison. You'll notice that in 2021 we didn't see quite the drop that we experienced with RISE, but we certainly are experiencing more of a drop in the most recent school year. And the Wasatch Front larger school district comparisons. Similar pattern with the exception of Canyons there. They're actually, of the 3 years, their best score happens to be 2021, which I find interesting. That was a tough year. And then Utah Aspire Plus Math, just like with RISE, this is a larger drop, about 7% for the state in 2021, and just over a 9% drop for the school, for Jordan School District. Unfortunately, we're still dropping in math, so we're looking at a 9.6% drop in 2022 compared to the first year of administration in 2019. The Wasatch Front comparison. Again, Canyons is a little bit of an outlier there in that their best year is 2022. But the other school districts have a pattern similar to ours. And then Utah Aspire Plus in science proficiency. You'll notice there that for us, 2021 was our best level of proficiency between the 3 years, which I still, like I say, find interesting. 2022 it would be our lowest rate there, but about 2%. So certainly not at the levels that we saw with math. And then the Wasatch Front comparison. Canyons had a similar pattern to us in that their 2021 year was also their best for science. So did Granite. So we've looked at proficiency. Let's take a look at RISE and Utah Aspire Plus growth. As a reminder, growth uses a like scoring peer model. So they essentially look at a prior year's scores for students and group students by like scores. And then in those groupings, they compare those like scores, they compare those like scoring students to the next school year and their scores. So for instance, growth is assigned on a 1 to 99 scale, and if a student, say, was given a growth percentile of 25, that means that they grew 25% faster than 25% of their like scoring peers. And so when we're looking at growth here, it's not an average, it's a median. So they take the middle score of a group, in this case, school districts. Because the state is the largest group, they're always 50. And so when we look at median growth percentiles or growth from a scale of 1 to 99, you'll see that the state is always 50, always will be 50. So the state comparison there, you can see where we were prior to the pandemic. We're fairly large as well, which means that we're generally, unless big things happen, we're generally going to be right around 50 as well, which is the case with language arts growth. You'll notice that the pandemic did not have an effect on our growth for language arts, which makes sense in that, growth was probably hampered by the pandemic overall, but it hampered everyone, and apparently we kept pace with that hampering. We didn't slow down, we didn't grow faster than others either. Math is we'll get to math. This is the school district comparison. You can see again, our scores have been fairly similar from year to year for language arts, but others have varied quite a bit, like Canyons, for instance. Moving to math, you can see here that the 21 and the 22 school year, the growth was a little bit lower than what we were accustomed to in the previous school years. to my point earlier with language arts, that would mean that our students in terms of math growth grew a little bit slower. The pandemic hampered us a little bit more than the state as a whole. Wasatch Front comparison there with large school districts. It's interesting, each school district has a little bit different pattern. Davis holding most steady, it looks like. And then finally, growth for science compared to the state, we're pretty close all the way through. A little bit of a dip in 2022. And then the Wasatch Front, larger school districts. Granite's holding fairly steady, at least between two different levels, but I think we're probably the most stable in terms of growth between the districts. So before I move on to the WIDA Access, what questions do you have about RISE and Utah Aspire Plus proficiency and growth? Yes.
What exactly does science growth and math growth mean? I don't know what it means exactly.
That's a really good question. Growth for these guys is really hard because we're not, I mean, it would be really nice to be able to compare growth for a student against themselves. But to do that, we would have to provide the assessment during the same school year like we do Acadience reading. With language arts, math, and science, we have to compare it from one year with varying content to the next year. Science in particular, you bring up a good point. The content can be very different. You might learn geology one year and biology the next year, and those two contents would be definitely different. So growth is a little tricky. What they do is they use 2 years of data. That first year, all the students that score the same are lumped together, and then they're compared together as they score in the next school year. So if you've got a kid, for instance, who scores really high compared to his like scoring peers the next year, then his student growth percentile is also going to be really high. It might be like an 85, which means that he scored higher than 85% of his peers, or he grew faster than 85% of his peers. So the higher the score, the better. The problem with this, though, if I'm being honest, is that it's a bell curve. When we say the state's always 50, if you imagine that bell curve, the largest group of kids have growth percentiles right there in the middle. And if something, say, catastrophic happens, like a pandemic, and slows everybody down in their learning, that bell curve still remains the same. So in order for a district to really start moving forward in a growth, they have to make major changes in the instruction, which is difficult to do with a district our size. I think you'll start to see it in terms of literacy as years progress. Much easier to see changes in growth, though, at a school level, at a grade level, and especially at a teacher level, because we have students, for instance, or rather teachers whose classes get growth percentiles in the 80s and 90s because they're that kind of teacher. Exceptional. So growth at our level that we're looking at is a little bit harder to interpret because it's such a large body of students, and that law of averages in a bell curve gets in the way a little bit.
On the proficiency charts, a lot of them were around, 50, 40, 30% proficient. Does that mean that's the number of students who are proficient in that subject? So
Correct.
40% have a passing grade, or?
Yes, that is correct. So the denominator is the number of students that took the test, and then the numerator is the number of students that were proficient.
We only have 3 or 4 years of data here. This is the first time I've seen data like this, and that seems really low, that only 4 out of 10 kids are getting passing grades. Am I understanding that properly?
You are, yep. The nature of the assessment is that it's quite rigorous. If you're familiar with depth of knowledge, it lives at a depth of knowledge 2 and 3, which is well above recall. If you remember back in the day, CRTs, CRTs, that was back when I was teaching, we did bubble tests. That was largely in recall. Students just needed to recall content. RISE in all three content areas requires that students use concepts learned to problem solve, to think critically. Oftentimes, especially in science, there are multiple steps that they have to do to get to the correct answer. They're even conducting mock experiments in the test. And so it's quite rigorous. What the state has noted about RISE is that it's a truth teller. It matches what NAEP tells us, which is a similarly rigorous test. And so those scores are real. That's what kids really are learning. They're not overinflated like the CRTs used to be. Whether we like it or not, it's a little bit hard to look at the numbers.
I know we don't have data or comparable data 10 years ago, but if we were going to guess at something as comparable as possible 10, 15, 20 years ago, what's the trend? Is it, 15 years ago, were there 60% or 70% of kids getting passing grades, or was it about the same as this data? Do we know?
Truthfully, it was probably a little lower. RISE raised expectations, which, when you raise expectations, educators tend to meet them as best they can. And so I would, CRT's expectations were lower. Schools were getting in the 80s and 90% and feeling pretty good about it. And 14, 15 years ago, we weren't thinking as much about some of our student groups that struggle a little bit, like second language learners and students with disabilities. Nickel-B, if you remember that, kind of brought that to light. And so we were, that long ago, we were refocusing on those demographics. I feel like RISE kind of helped raise the expectation, not just academically for everyone, but helped us focus on those demographic groups as well. Yeah, you bet. Any other questions before we move on? All right, let's take a look at the WIDA Access. Again, this is a test that's administered K-12 to second language learners. And there are really 2 points of data that, in terms of the report card, we take a look at. The first one are second language learners making adequate progress. The second one is those reaching proficiency. So we'll take a look at those that are making adequate progress first. So the percentages that you see here, with Jordan School District in the darker blue and the state in the lighter blue, are the percentage of kids that essentially reached their goal on the WIDA Access. The goal is set by the state. For language learners that are just learning English right off the bat, they're fresh from another country, that learning goal will be as much as a point. Remember, WIDA is a scale of 1 to 6, so their goal might be 1. They go up an entire level, or even 1.2 levels. For students that are, say, at a 3 or a 4, have been receiving services for a little bit, that goal might be as small as 1/10 of a point. It just kind of varies. We know that language learning, when you're learning the language as someone fresh from a country, that language learning, it goes quickly, but it starts to slow down as it gets closer to actual language acquisition. So you can see here, 2020, and I should point out here, WIDA is administered in January and February. In 2020, we actually finished administering the WIDA at the very first week of March, and the second week is when the governor put schools into soft closure. So this assessment actually was the very last and freshest assessment data we received prior to the pandemic. So 2020 is a reflection of pre-pandemic data. And you'll notice that the other 2 years, that percentage is going up. In 2021, the highest percentage between those 3 years. That was for high school. I neglected to mention this is elementary school. That 2020 percentage is even higher, which we would expect, again, especially younger children in the elementary age groups developmentally. Their brains are still wired to learn language, and so they actually learn much quicker than the older kids who have kind of moved beyond developmentally learning a new language. A little bit harder for them to move and progress quicker. But you'll notice that those younger kids were impacted in 2021 much more so than the high school kids. And part of the explanation for that might be their access to opportunities to speak, opportunities to write, to work together. Those were hampered pretty significantly in 2021. things like cooperative learning and working in groups weren't used nearly as often as they would be normally with the pandemic and not having to worry about social distancing. That had an impact on students in that year. As you can see in 2022, we are beginning to bounce back. We're certainly not at pre-pandemic levels, but that progress is good pacing.
Do we have more students taking WIDA now than we did 2 years ago?
Yeah, by a long
A
shot.
lot more.
Yeah, just we've gone up about 550 kids this year compared to last year, and about 560 kids in 22 compared to 21. So we are very much increasing in our students that are needing second language services. And as I mentioned earlier, whereas before we actually had students that kind of spread across language abilities, the vast majority, well, I will say not the vast majority, but at least the majority of students are coming in with very little English skills. So they definitely require more support and services. So looking at WIDA on the high school level, broken down by the larger school districts, you'll notice there kind of how things break down. Again, 2020, that would be pre-pandemic data for all of those school districts as well. We'll highlight Granite there, who has a much higher population of second language learners than really any of the school districts up there. And then for elementary, you'll notice that all of the school districts experienced that drop in 2021. It definitely had an impact, especially on our younger second language learners. Okay, so making adequate progress was one. Reaching proficiency is the other indicator. Now, we don't expect all of our language learners to reach proficiency on this assessment each year, especially someone who's coming in and this is their first time in the United States, and they don't have much in the way of English skills. It'll take 4 or 5 years with good, solid support for them to be able to reach proficiency. So with about 4,700 students or so that are receiving second language services, you can see there what the percentages are reaching proficiency. They're low. They're lower than they should be. But they're low statewide, which means that nobody really has found a silver bullet to support these students well. That was high school. This is elementary. It's a little bit better in elementary and middle school, but again, probably not where we would want them to be.
Ben,
Yes,
do the high school numbers only indicate those who have taken the test?
correct.
So high school dropouts would not be included in that at all?
Nope.
Thought maybe that would be part of it, but.
Yeah, it's only for students that take the test. And in high school, some of the high schoolers have been taking the test for a while. So getting them to take the test can be a little bit of an issue as well. This is the high school, Wasatch Front larger school district comparison. Again, as you can see, kind of like with the state, we're all fairly similar. 2 to 3% point spread is all. And elementary and middle schools, again, similar thing. So moving on to the 11th grade administration of the ACT, and this will go back to Mr. Robinson's point earlier. A couple of things to note specifically about this assessment in the school year of 2019-20. We have the option as school districts to choose from a handful of test administration dates. This isn't like RISE or WIDA or Utah Aspire Plus where the windows go several weeks long. We choose 4 or 5 specific days in which we can take the test, and they vary as to when they are in the spring and late winter. We always test in the late winter, but we've got some school districts that choose to test a little bit later in the school year. So we actually completed our ACT testing in the 2020 school year prior to the soft closure of schools. But not every school in the state was able to even start, and some of them started but didn't finish. So as we look at state and even the larger Wasatch Front School District data in just a second, you're going to notice there's a couple of weird things going on. That's probably why they didn't get full participation in the ACT. So we'll start with a comparison with the state. You'll notice, to Mr. Robinson's point earlier, 2020, for us at least, was pre-pandemic, our most our data that's closest to the pandemic but not in there. We had a composite score of 20. As a reminder, ACT is a scale of 1 to 36, with 18 being in the middle. So we had a composite score of 20 in 2020. That fits, right? You see that we took a little bit of a drop in 2021 down to 19.3, and then last year 19.9, back up again to pre-pandemic levels. You'll notice for the state, their pre-pandemic data is going to be 2019, and they were 19.8, 2022, 19.7. So even as a state, we were able to bounce back up. Part of the reason for this, the ACT does not test current year content. So it's not 11th grade content. It's actually content and skills, emphasis on the skills, that have been learned from 6th grade on. It's really a measure of secondary programs. So what we can say here is that students largely retained skills that they've learned across the secondary curriculum and content, that the pandemic had less of an impact there.
Waiting to test later in the year shouldn't impact ACT scores.
Not with the ACT. Breaking that down then by the larger school districts, you can see kind of a similar thing. Again, you'll notice Granite, look at 2020 compared to that, they're the yellow bar, compared to the other 3 years. Granite was a situation where they had started testing but did not finish. So we've got to take that 2020 data from the other school districts with a grain of salt. Another way to look at ACT is just the percentage of students that reached 18. That's actually the marker the state uses in the school report card. So the halfway mark. And you'll see there 65% for the district in 2019, 64% in 2020. We did take a drop, about a 5% drop there in 2021, and then back up to 64% in 2022. And same data, but with the Wasatch Front.
You know if we had any
districts.
perfect scores?
Yes.
How many?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head, but less than 5. That would be my bet. I think there might have been, there's usually less than 5 every year. Okay, and this is the larger school district comparison there as well. Again, 2020 kind of take with a grain of salt. Some of those are higher than they really should be. So any questions about the ACT then before we move on to Acadience Reading, my last assessment? Okay. So Acadience Reading, I'm going to show you the data in the way that you're most accustomed to viewing it, the way we are most accustomed to viewing it, and looking at it in terms of the percent of students that are at or above benchmark. And then I'll show you the data the way the school report card reflects it. They are two different perspectives, so it's interesting to look at. So we're looking at grades 1 through 3. That's what the accountability school report card looks at as well. You'll notice that we did take a drop in terms of the percentage of students reading at or above benchmark in both 2021 and 2022. You'll notice that 2020 is missing because we did not test on this one during the soft closure as well. This is growth, so the percentage of students making typical or better progress. As you may recall, the state's goal that they set for us is 60%. So we met the state's goal even during the pandemic for grades 1 through 3. And the Wasatch Front comparison there for students at the percentage of students at or above benchmark. A little bit of a drop there for both years. The interesting thing there that I just want to call out specifically is some of the drops. You'll notice Alpine, for instance, which besides Canyon would be the school district that's next closest to us in terms of demographic similarities. Definitely more of a drop in both years, especially 2021. Whereas you can see Jordan took about a 6.2, 6.3% drop both years, held fairly steady there. I would wager that 2022, I think the implementation of Walk to Read at a larger scale helped mitigate what could have been a larger drop there as well. Now, this data represents the way it's reflected on the school accountability report card. Lexile is a different framework. Teachers use it actually when a school has a Lexile score to identify texts that are in that Lexile range so that they can approach texts that they should be able to read. And it does represent grade level reading. You'll notice there that it shows more of a bounce back than we saw when we looked at it in terms of the percentage of kids at or above benchmark. You compare that to the school districts. You'll see Jordan starting to bounce back there, Granite even more significantly, Davis still dropping, Canyons and Alpine also bouncing back. So a few concluding points, just to summarize what I've shown you. COVID-19 absolutely impacted achievement scores for assessments across the board statewide. Math and science in RISE and Utah Aspire Plus were impacted the most, especially math, and especially the older kids got. Elementary and middle school summative scores are starting to rebound, less so in math, but certainly more so in language arts. 9th and 10th grade Utah Aspire Plus summative scores are still declining. So we are definitely concerned about our older secondary kids in middle school and high school. And then finally, 11th grade ACT was minimally impacted, and scores have largely returned to pre-pandemic levels. A couple of additional points. Academic language acquisition for second language students also declined statewide, but it's on the rebound, which is heartening. The percentage of EL students reaching proficiency has historically been low statewide, so needs to continue to be on everyone's radar. Reading proficiency and growth are struggling to rebound, but we're seeing some early signs of that when we look at it in terms of on grade level reading. And then as we saw there in that last bar graph, some districts experienced a greater loss in reading proficiency in 2021 and 2022. Well, all of that said, what questions do you have for me?
The best way to phrase this. We have 7 Title I schools that I'm aware of, and 5 of the 7 are Title I schools. Or I'm sorry, 5 out of the 7 is a D or lower. What can be done differently in these schools?
That's a good question, and probably more than my level of expertise can answer fully. But I think we need to explore what our supports and services are for students that are learning a language, first off. Are there language objectives? Are we explicitly teaching vocabulary across subject areas? ESL endorsed teachers are important, but every teacher is going to have EL students. So do they all know how to deal is the wrong word, how to support students, particularly students that are struggling to understand even the basics of English. What kind of supports do we have for them? So that's an area that we will explore. We're already doing something that I think is incredibly important. Literacy is the gatekeeper to the rest of their learning. And so this board has already put forth resources, personnel, and funding to ensure that every student is improving reading. And I will say, in looking at schools in terms of Walk to Read, a phrase that I like to use, Walk to Read program seems to be demographically agnostic. In other words, it helps and supports schools no matter what their demographics are. So as long as schools are able to implement that program with fidelity, I think that right there is going to be a game changer. We're starting to see it. I can call out specific grade levels where students in Title I schools, they don't have any red kids. West Jordan Elementary, for instance, their kindergarten last year, they didn't have any kids that were well below proficient, and only a handful that were below proficient. So I think that those are two things that we could look at much closer. I worry a little bit about our economically disadvantaged kids because they got buried during the pandemic. They were provided free and they didn't have to apply for free and reduced lunch because it was provided for them. And of course, that's not the case now, but they're not applying or they're not getting approved like they were before. So they're still getting largely buried, and they require different supports than students that have support at home for things like that. So those are all things that I would look at closer.
Concern to me is not everything that you mentioned there, but also that our Title I funding seems to be dropping.
Yes.
Dropped significantly this year. So I'm wondering, how can we continue to make large improvements if our funding is dropping?
Especially in a funding start.
Yes.
Sure. Other questions?
So if we know that our concentration has been on literacy, when would we say, have we achieved complete implementation of Walk to Read?
I would say that we have Walk to Read in every school, but are we at full speed with Walk to Read in every school? Not yet, or we weren't last year, so the numbers are reflecting the first year of implementation.
I guess what's the understanding this is a very large ship that turns. I would anticipate that at some point our RISE ELA proficiency scores would reflect the effectiveness of Walk to Read at some point.
Yes.
If that is the metric of all these metrics that we have seen here today, how many years out would it be fair to genuinely begin to assess, genuinely be fair to utilize the RISE ELA proficiency score to determine Walk to Read's success?
Let me make 2 points first, and then I can maybe talk about a timeline. The implementation phase was that we piloted in a few schools before last year. Last year, there was broad training for every teacher, and it was implemented in every school. And everyone's working very hard at Walk to Read. This year, we are taking an individual school, an individual team, an individual teacher approach, because now we have a year of scores to say, based on these scores, where is the implementation level?
Can I stop you there?
Yes.
When you say scores, are you referring to RISE scores or some other score?
I'm referring to the Acadience testing,
Which is not this.
which is not this.
Okay.
So it's the scores that we reviewed with the board by class and by school. The reason I reviewed the scores with the board in the way that I did was to demonstrate the granular level at which we are looking at the implementation. Lest anyone listening think that I'm critical of the implementation, it's really that we do the broad training and then we look at individual schools and teachers to say, is there help that we need to give in the implementation? For example, just shifting as a teacher that you're walking around the class during an activity instead of being at the front of the room can impact scores significantly. So that's one thing to note. The other thing to note is that, and I'm very cautious about referencing the pandemic indefinitely, but there is a cumulative impact of being that far behind. It's the phrase that I use in all of my graduation speeches, so you've probably heard it. It's easier to keep up than to catch up. And if you're trying to catch up, it's like we're all racing around the track, and then you sit out for 3 laps, and then you're trying to catch up. It takes some time. But part of the evidence that there is a lasting impact is the way that our kindergarten scores jumped last year. In ways, it's been a very long time since we've seen any jump like that, if we ever have. What is unique about those kindergartners? They weren't in the system. They were unaffected by the pandemic. And that was part of our focus on kindergarten, is that kindergarten students really, we talk about third grade, and if you are reading on grade level by third grade, your chances of graduating from high school go up significantly. But if you're reading at the level you ought to be in kindergarten, then your chances of reading on level in third grade soar. So I'm very excited that students who are new into the system are experiencing a higher level of growth and achievement than any of us have seen. So how many years? The Acadian, or the testing is in third grade, so I think when those kindergartners come up to third grade is when we're going to see the biggest impact from our literacy program. Now, literacy is helping kids K-6, and we're looking at how we can move that to the middle level so that if there are gaps that have been created over time, that we're able to fill those gaps as students move into high school.
So last year's
Kindergartners, yeah. So this year's first graders, the teachers are not playing catch up, they're playing keep up.
So more or less, we have the Acadians, we have the anecdotal data, we've got all of this data in the short term to course correct, determine we're on the right path or where we need to correct. And in reality, it won't be until the 2025 data is released, which is in the fall of 2025, that we'll actually see a reflection of that within the RISE scores.
Where we will see the most significant impact on RISE scores. I think there will be cumulative impacts, because for me to suggest that kindergarten is where the impact has been uniquely would be not just an oversimplification, but inaccurate, because there have been big gains in first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, but not overall in every grade. But lots of students are doing much better than they ever have because of the very specific focus on individual skills that Walk to Read has brought about. So there will continue to be positive impacts. The really big positive impact is when we have a group that has had Walk to Read from the very beginning and has not been negatively impacted by the pandemic. And I think all other scores will rise as a result of that, because learning to read at any age, but in kindergarten in particular, gives you a sense of efficacy. And that's what I'm concerned that our multi-language learner students and some students who do not have the head start that others do lack. And so they define themselves as ineffective at school. So I think there will be a cumulative effect of feeling, hey, I didn't know how to do this, and now I know how to do it because I tried in school. So teachers are feeling a sense of efficacy as well with Walk to Read. And so I think that will translate to other scores increasing as well.
I appreciate that explanation. I think it's helpful to have that appreciation for how much effort, how much advanced strategy and vision is required to end up with a result, a reportable result at the state level. I mean, that is a massive time turnaround, and that requires a level of patience depth of understanding of what that strategy is, what that vision is, an understanding of short-term measurements, like you've continued to report, and a steady hand so that everybody knows this is the course we are taking. And until the data shows that we're off course, we're sticking to this. And I think the short-term data is showing us we're on the right course, and it's just going to take, like you said, 3 to 4 years to actually begin to demonstrate on the macro data.
I really appreciate that summary and those questions. As a superintendent, I feel a blend of, what would I say? Urgency and patience at the same time. Like let's be moving forward as quickly as we can. But for example, we've worked to implement Walk to Read, and we're looking at standards-based instruction. That's happening as well. But we haven't said, okay, now what's new this year? Now what's new next year? It's really deepening that understanding. And your question about implementation is exactly right. Let's make sure we've given every bit of support that we need to everyone involved here so that we have a very solid process in place before we start taking on new things, because we have to be very cognizant of not burning everyone out by doing everything all at once. We all want to do everything all at once. Teachers do, administrators do, students do. We all want to make everything better immediately. But what is the next step that we need to take to have the biggest impact? And I think, as you described eloquently, we're seeing that in the short-term measurements that we're taking. And it goes beyond that. It goes to a shift in our approach. I do not remember the last time, and I have several decades behind me, that we all did something together in the same way. I can't put my finger on something where that was required. We talked about it, we encouraged it, we promoted ways of doing things, but this is the first time we've said, this is how we're all going to do this. So it's a culture shift. It's not just a shift in the specific approach that we take. And I think it's been very rewarding. And there's a balance there. We're not marching toward a world where everything is prescribed, or prescribed rather, but we are united in the way that we approach literacy at the elementary level. And I think it's a building block for future progress.
So can I ask a question about how students with disabilities are reflected in the data you just presented to us? So I know many of our students on IEPs take these same tests with accommodations. Are those lumped into the data that we just saw? Or
Yes.
is that, okay, thank you.
And some of our students, about 1% of our population, have cognitive disabilities such that they can't take Rise or Utah Aspire Plus, so they'll take an alternate that they call the DLM.
How about students that opt out of the test, and how are they figured in?
In terms of proficiency on these assessments, they're not, because they're opted out of the tests. So they're not included in this data.
Do we have any statistics that shows us how many students opt out? That's got to affect the school grade if a large number of kids opt out.
It can. We do have some statistics. I don't have them right here for you, but I can get that information to the school board.
Fair to say that it could go both ways,
Oh, yeah.
right?
But it does have an impact.
As a school district, I can say that our opt-out rate isn't super high compared to others. We generally have about 95 to 96% of our students participating. But depending on the assessment especially, we'll have some kids that opt out more than others. Like Utah Aspire Plus, for instance, we have more kids that even opt themselves out just by not coming.
Do they opt out of the ACT?
ACT, they can.
You don't
the-
see that though. very
The
often.
way that we administer ACT, it's a day that kids come to school to take the tests. And so kids that choose not to take the ACT don't come to take it. But the opt-out or participation rate, rather, I guess, is in terms of an opt-out isn't something that we measure for the ACT because the accountability system doesn't require it. I, off the top of my head, would wager that we probably got about 85% of our students that participate on the ACT. That's lessened in recent years because local universities don't require the ACT as an entrance requirement anymore.
We did a study internally on what we could do to increase ACT scores, what resources would be required, when we could have the greatest impact, a blend of content knowledge and test-taking technique, what the timing was. And I haven't made that a priority yet because it's very much up in the air what impact ACT will have going forward for college admissions. So we've analyzed what we can do to increase those scores. We just have to decide at what level that's a priority going forward.
Well, it's something I was interested in. Is our focus has been literacy, and I really appreciate the discussion on kind of the effort involved and the time frame involved into rolling that out, and when we could realistically expect to see results. Is there another? Are you starting to look ahead? Is there another priority after literacy?
One of the things that we're doing going forward, math is a priority. Math, we've had at the elementary level in particular, math is a priority as well. Again, people listening will think, oh, now what's on the horizon? What's going to come what email am I going to receive over Christmas break about a new initiative? That is not what we're talking about. But math scores are a conversation, and the training in the fall. You know, last year we had all teachers brought together. In the fall, we have teachers coming together by subject at the secondary level. So we have an emphasis on providing additional support by subject, but math is the next concern beyond literacy. Again, the two building blocks for accessing other subjects.
You said in fall. Is that fall of next year?
Right.
So I just wanted to make a comment about Walk to Read, not going back necessarily, but every school community council meeting that I attend, and I can say that confidently, every school community council meeting that I attend, Walk to Read comes up with a positive comment. So it's, something's really good about it, for sure.
Glad to hear that.
Same thing when we did JPAC. That was something we heard again and again, how much people love Walk to Read. And I think it's so interesting how the morale shift has come across, because initially I felt like there were teachers who were resistant. And now it seems like I attend PTA meetings and they love to talk about reading because it's so concise. We all speak the same language. It's very understandable. It's been exciting to me to see that shift.
So will math be March to Math?
We're working on our alliteration. Amble to algebra. I don't know. It's complex. But we, like I said, nothing is on the immediate horizon because we don't want to take something else on until we're solid on Walk to Read, and we know that implementation is where it needs to be, and the support, more specifically, it has been provided. There are such great professionals providing support to schools, and the coach in every school has been very helpful with that. And I'll talk about the other staffing we've been able to do because of the board's support that has helped make that possible. So I think to your point that each of you has made, because we haven't done something like Walk to Read for as long as I can remember, it was important that the process go well, so that there's a pattern for success. Hey, this when we do things this way, it can really work and be a good support. We never want to take away the autonomy of a teacher to create a unique and engaging experience for students. But I think providing a framework for essentials to build on through Walk to Read and other things we'll look at in the future can really help make the most of the time we have with students. So thank you. I'm glad to hear that you've heard that, experienced that positivity in school community council meetings.
Is there any other questions or comments?
I have one more.
Okay.
The 40, 50, or 60% of the students who maybe aren't making adequate progress or passing grades, do we have any data, like the top 3 or top 5 reasons why this group of students aren't succeeding, I guess I'll just say, in general? And then also, do we have top 3 or top 5 reasons why the students who are succeeding, why they're succeeding? I guess my question is about why are some failing or not succeeding, and why are the others succeeding? Do we have any top 5, like a list or something like that, of reasons?
Question. I don't have actual, you're asking basically about a psychometric evaluation as to why students aren't succeeding. We haven't conducted such a study. So it would be more kind of my own experience in a school more than anything that I could maybe pinpoint some ideas. But I would say that there's probably be a host of issues rather than a top 3 that contribute to it. Teacher turnover is one of those things. Understanding how to support a student with a disability would be another one. How to support students with second language needs is another one. But it would be things like that, I think, that would contribute. Absenteeism, even. I come from a school as a principal where absentee rates were pretty high, especially when I first got there, and a lot of that is just let's make sure that we're all educated about what happens when students come to school consistently, and what happens when they don't come to school consistently for whatever reasons. So those are all large issues to work around that can impact a student's capacity to achieve.
My area, they were making really big strides before 2020 on absenteeism, and that has been really difficult to kind of come back to on those strides, and they're working really hard, but that's got to be one of the, I would say it's easy, one of the 5 top reasons.
I would say,
Not in school.
apologize for the interruption there. As you were talking, I was thinking too, emotional wellness I would throw up there as well, especially from the last couple of years as students have had to navigate for themselves their kind of emotional well-being and their health and wellness through the pandemic and all of the things that are going on there. wellness can impact learning. And so I would throw that in the mix as well, that students, as I mentioned before, that are anxious, that are worried, that are hungry, that are dealing with all of those outside issues, their capacity to learn is impacted.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Jameson. We appreciate all of your work on this and the data that you have presented. We'll go to our next agenda item, and that is some changes to policy DP31A, resignations of administrators, and we'll invite Dr. the Master to the table.
Good evening and Merry Christmas to all of you. For the benefit of the new board members, I'm June Lemaster, the HR administrator for the district, and I look forward to meeting with you and sharing with you more information about the HR department tomorrow at your orientation. So, we have found it beneficial to align similar policies with consistent language across the various employee groups. And therefore, tonight I bring you some proposed changes to DP 318A, the resignations for administrators. We like the language in the licensed resignation policy, which is DP 318, and we've just mirrored what is in the licensed policy to fit the administrator policy, and that is in item 2E. What it really, the changes that are made there is to identify or give further instructions to employees on how to officially submit their resignation in employee access, and also to point out the timelines for their eligibility for a monetary incentive according to the board-approved timeline. So those are the changes that are being made. It's pretty simple. It's just to align those two policies.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? We've got this on the business meeting agenda for today. It's part of the consent agenda. Is everyone comfortable moving forward with that, or do you want to spend more time on this, considering this policy before we vote?
There's not a time constraint, so if the board needs more time, we can move that to another agenda.
Mirroring an existing policy.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. It's pretty simple, you know.
Yeah.
It's just the same language as any other one, and I don't see that there's much discussion.
Okay, we will vote on that as part of the consent agenda in our business meeting.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is to review an amendment to the Master Development Agreement for the Olympia Development in Harriman. And we will start with Mr. Dunford, our chair of our Facilities Committee, and invite Mr. Thomas to the table also.
This amendment was put on board docs last week for you to look at. Olympia reached out to us in a multi-wave approach. They went to Scott, they went to John, they came to me, they went to Paul. They said, here's what we're thinking, and I had a concern and made one phone call, and they said that is a very legitimate concern, and immediately asked, how can we solve that? I threw my idea out. They loved it. They incorporated it in. Mr. Larson had a concern and said, I'd really feel comfortable if this language were in, and they looked at the language and said, we're very comfortable with that, and just completely adopted Mr. Larson's language. So I am very pleased to report that we have had a much increased seat at the table. It is very reassuring to me, because this process did not start that way. And so I am very happy to report that they came to me, and this was so much more a positive experience. I said, you know what? I'm going to take this to the board right away. This is on the agenda because I completely respect how they have invited us a seat to the table, and I wanted to reciprocate by saying, I'm going to ask the board if they're comfortable with these changes and approving this right now. Let me summarize the changes. The one thing that I was concerned about is one of the addendums, one of the amendments, basically was saying that the school board doesn't have to approve all of the future amendments. And instantaneously I went, whoa, what are you talking about? So I called Ryan, I called my contact, and I said, this seems like you're cutting us out. And he said, oh no, that is the exact opposite of what we're trying to do. He said, at this point, as we work on roads and this corner and so many little details, we are going to be bringing amendment after amendment and work order and change. And as it's written right now, you guys have to approve every single one of them. Things that have nothing to do with the school board. And so we're just trying to save you the agony and us the agony of having to wait till a public meeting once a month to get these changes approved, where a lot of them, the vast majority of them, won't have anything to do with our properties. Planning, access, anything. And so he's just said, well, here, how can we satisfy your concern? And I said, here's what I would propose. And I proposed that they designate the superintendent or his designee to review every one of these. If the superintendent or his designee, and I assume that would be Mr. Thomas, looks at this and says, this has nothing to do with the school board, then they can approve the amendment. They can go ahead and sign it and say, we're not going to bother the board. We're not going to go through the process of having to meet, once a month. This has nothing to do with the school board. But if our watchdog says, oh, there's a concern here, there's an access, or there's a property, or this affects the school district, then they could just simply say, nope, this one has to go to the board. So in an attempt to save us the trouble of having to approve so many things that have nothing to do with us, and yet still right into the process a system that says, no, this one does, this needs to go to the board. We will not approve this until the board approves it in a public meeting. And so that's what this amendment does, is it grants the superintendent that watchdog status or his designee to say, yes, this has nothing to do with the school district, we'll move forward. The other one had to do with finance charge, and we just felt like we needed to clarify the language as to what we are actually going to be charged and what we weren't going to be charged. And they did. They clarified the language. So in one day, Scott, John, Paul, and myself were all very satisfied with their proposal. And so I am bringing this to the board, knowing it's Mr. Young's and Miss Atwood's, and they're very familiar with this whole process. I'm bringing to this board and asking, are you comfortable enough to approve this today? That is not our normal process. Normally we would go through a study session and then approve it at another meeting, but in a show of good faith to show how pleased I was that the process has improved and that we have a much better seat at the table. This is my goodwill gesture to say thank you and watch how fast we can approve this. So that's the situation. It's sitting on board docs. If this board is concerned and wants to move it to the next meeting, I have no problem with that. That would be our normal process. But that would be my request to just, as a show of thank you, to say we're going to approve this because we feel very good about the direction we're going.
So I have a question.
Okay.
How would the superintendent determine this is something that needs to go to the board? And so look at just this one, the amendments. One of them has to do with secondary water. Any reference to secondary water is also deemed delete. Is that affect our district and something that we'd want the board to see, or does that not affect us? How would you make that decision?
So I believe with something like that, secondary water, where we don't use secondary water for our schools, we use culinary, then that probably would not That would not affect the district.
Helpful to have an example.
I mean, given right now, the protocol, Scott, that you and your team go through is that any use of school district property or any time we give it up or allow it, you're bringing that to the school board's notification. Would that be the guideline that you tended for with this type of an agreement, that if they're asking for us to give a part of our 100 acres, that would come to us?
Correct. So
Standard by which you'd use?
yeah, so right now, as a matter of fact, we're just completing, I believe, Paul, it will be in January, our final installation for the 100 acres that we will own in Olympia. And I would imagine over the years, that's going to move around several times. That absolutely would go to the board and to the facilities committee to be aware of those changes and trades and movement before they find their final site. Once they find, and now another good example would be if they come up with an amendment that talks specifically about access or geotechnical studies or things that could potentially impact our future school sites, then again, that's something that our team would look at and say that has the potential to impact future school sites. Then again, that's something we would probably bring in our current process to the facilities committee to look at it, study it, and make recommendations to bring it to the board.
I can testify that Scott has an incredible track record he has a spidey sense. He just has a spidey sense that says this is something we need to look at. This is going to be an issue. This is going to take property. A cell tower moved, and it's like, ooh, this is more than just a cell tower moving. This is something that they're not considering. And so I have been very pleased with Mr. Thomas calling me as the chairman to say, I really feel like this needs to go to facilities. He errs on the side of caution, and sometimes I've been able to say, I really don't think that does. But thank you, and we'll take it at facilities, and we'll see what the facilities committee thinks about that. So I'm very confident that they will catch everything that they need to catch and bring it to the board.
My only question is, and I'm fully in favor of this, but is there any portion or any language involved here that could be misconstrued or misunderstood? Let's say, should Ryan not remain with the company or some changes are made? Is there any part of it that could be misconstrued?
Our legal counsel went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
I don't see that being a problem. The way the document is written does not prohibit, if it becomes an issue with you want to put specific guidelines in place, you can do that to your administration and say, these are the conditions that we approve. Now, they could still go ahead and do it under potentially a parent agency, but you could make it clear that you have processes or certain criteria. I don't think that you need that, but the idea is, as Mr. Dunford said, is not everything will have to come before the board, but it doesn't cut the board out, and you can still hold the superintendent or his designee, or you can make, like I say, like you do with other things, your own guidelines or processes that they have to follow, or they run the risk of having some sort of action taken against them.
This is unrelated, but do they create where the schools go, or do we? Because I thought under the contract we can develop where the schools go.
Correct. So that would be in collaboration with them. I mean, as the development starts and they start laying out their development, which I haven't seen any layouts or conceptual plans yet. I think we all saw the original conceptual plan of Olympia, but it was just, what the first
Changed
draft
10
looks like.
times.
Yeah, but as those start and they start designating potential school sites, then again, that's certainly something that comes back to the board to look at, and then once accepted, then we start that whole due diligence process with geotech testing, appraisals. Well, I guess we wouldn't have to do appraisals because we already own the property, but geotechnical testing, soils testing, and those kinds of things.
I just want to be on the front end of that, not like the afterthought.
Okay, so is everyone comfortable voting on this in our business meeting today?
Thank you. I will make that motion.
Thank you. Can I get a motion now to go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, and negotiations?
Motion that we go into closed session for property, potential litigation.
Negotiations and character and competence.
Negotiation. And character and competence. And I missed.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Dunford. All in favor of going into closed session, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed, say no. All right, we are going to go into closed session. Well, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is December 13th, 2022. We are in the JATC South building. And today we have with us Mr. Van Komen, our attorney, and then board members Daryl Robinson, Jen Atwood, Nikki George, Bryce Dunford. I'm Tracy Miller, Marilyn Richards, and Matt Young. Our superintendent, Dr. Godfrey, our associate superintendent, Dr. Anderson, and our business administrator, Mr. Larson. We are so grateful to have all of you here joining us today. Merry Christmas and happy holidays. This is such a fun time of year in our schools with so many activities going on and programs and a lot of charitable giving. And we love seeing all the goodness that's being spread in our schools this time of year. We want to acknowledge board members Jen Atwood and Matt Young. This is their last board meeting in their official capacity as board members for Jordan School District. They've both been on the board for 8 years and have made significant contributions to this district. They'll be missed. And more on that later. We will go ahead and get started now with our Pledge of Allegiance by the PTSA students at South Hills Middle School, and then our reverence by the Multicultural Leadership Club, and then Celebrating Schools by Sawyer Carlson, who is the 9th grade student body officer.
Will the audience please rise? Color guard attention. Color guard advance. Prepare to post colors. Post the colors. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There is a story behind every person. There is a reason why they are the way they are. Think about that and respect them for who they are.
Thank you. And now Sawyer Carlson for our Celebrating Schools.
Hello, school board. I'm Sawyer Carlson, a 9th grade SPO at South Hills. At South Hills, we as a school are committed to creating a safe and caring environment of lifelong learners and responsible citizens. Our school is full of many opportunities that help us fulfill that statement. One of our significant groups are the members of the Tiger Squad. The Tiger Squad members are nominated for their ability to show friendship and acceptance for everyone and to help foster a better atmosphere at South Hills. They are also trained in the Hope Squad curriculum, which supports students who may be struggling with self-harm or suicidal thoughts. These amazing students create and teach school-wide lessons, plan activities for the whole school based on monthly themes, plan and run Hope Week, which is our suicide prevention week, catch and reward fellow students who are being kind, help new students feel welcome by showing them around the school, sitting with them at lunch, and being friendly in the hallways. And they are great at reaching out to students who need a friend or listening ear or positive support. Another group of students are the SBOs. These students run for office and are elected by the student body to represent the students of the school. We as the SBOs are honored to represent the school in various ways, such as attending meetings, holding assemblies, and having school competitions. We also lead a school fundraiser each holiday season. In the past, we have made more than $10,000 selling hot chocolate and donuts. This year, we are more than happy to be teaming up with Mountain Ridge's Season of Scarlet. We hope to raise enough money to donate to this year's foundation, Hearts Knit Together, a nonprofit organization that delivers much-needed personal items to those escaping domestic violence, sexual abuse, or war. Being an SBO means I get to work with fantastic faculty and staff. Our principal, Mr. Grothy, does more than enough to make sure that this school year goes fantastic. One teacher said, "I think Mr. Grothy really helps foster a great working environment that I feel supported in." This is one of the many effects of having him serve our school and community. We are very fortunate to have him. Our South Hills community is full of people who care for our students. When asked about South Hills, our PTSA wrote, "The PTSA parents volunteers love working with South Hills Middle School students and staff. The teachers and staff are always so kind and so excited about anything we do for the school. They all work so hard for the students and genuinely care about the well-being of students. It has also been such a great experience to work closely with the administration and office staff. We have sat through numerous meetings with teachers and staff and see firsthand how much they all care about the students and how much time and energy they put, making the experience as good as it can be. The school is always super clean and the students have been respectful of us in our activities. This makes our time at the school well worth it. We are so happy to continue donating our time for such wonderful people at South Hills. This year, we are very lucky to be able to have the opportunity to start clubs. They provide an opportunity to explore fun new ways for teachers and students to connect and interact with each other. A few clubs at our school include a dance club and an esports club. The esports club is setting up competitions with Fort Harriman Middle School to increase cross-community experiences. Another one of our clubs that is popular is the STEM Club. The STEM Club has an average attendance of 43 students per activity this year. Activities have included elephant toothpaste and an egg drop. Our plans are getting bigger as the year progresses. Each meeting and activity is student-led and student-executed. At South Hills, performing arts are very prominent in our South Hills community. Classes such as band, choir, orchestra, theater, and visual arts are constantly sharing their hard work and talent to their peers. This year, South Hills is proud to present our school musical, Fiddler on the Roof. We are excited to see how it turns out in the spring. For these reasons and more, I love being a student at South Hills. It is really a community unlike any other, where everyone is kind and willing to help. Thank you, School Board, for joining me in celebrating South Hills.
Thank you, South Hills Middle School. It's so great to hear about all the things happening at your school. Well done. Can I get all the administrators and parents involved with South Hills Middle School to stand or wave if you're already standing? Thank you for being here. We'd like the students to come forward. We'd like to shake your hand. You can start down there at that end, and we have a pin for you also. Thank you again for being here. Next up is recognitions. Are there any board members that have a recognition?
Just a couple that I'd like to share. I was able to attend Majestic Elementary last week for their holiday gala. I'm always just so impressed with these students. The pride that they took in everything that they did that night was just amazing. The parents, it's just so, the parents are so proud of the things that are happening at Majestic, and it's wonderful to see how much is happening there. I took a little friend with me, and he was shocked. He said, kindergartners are singing? Everybody's singing together? Every grade that kind of came out, he was so excited to see that everybody was participating. And they just put on a phenomenal show. I'm so excited to go back in the spring, and I've asked them to re-invite me because I really do want to continue to be able to participate in just seeing the growth that's happening in the school and in the community. I also just want to take a moment to thank Jordan Education Foundation for such a wonderful event that was held on Saturday. It was the Christmas for Kids. This is something that I try to do every year. I've not been able to make every single year, but it really does just kind of kick off the holiday season for me. I was so excited to be able to work with a student this year that I was able to sign for. And it was so fun just to kind of make that connection with him and for him to understand that that really was my very first language as a child. So I just want to say thank you to the Jordan Education Foundation for all the work, the dedication, and finding the resources for these students. Just to see these students shopping for their families. And knowing that they were going to have presents under their trees given by them to their family members. There's just nothing that will ever, you can never experience until you're there. So thank you.
Board members? Okay, I've got a couple. I just want to congratulate Monta Vista Elementary for their school musical. It was their first ever school musical, and they did a Christmas production. Ms. Tarpening, Ms. Malloy, and the Principal Ryrie and all the students did a fantastic job with that. I was also able to attend career days at Valley High School, and Ms. Atwood was there at that too, and they really do a great job connecting the students at Valley to potential, careers or college or whatever's next for them. They did a great job. And then, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the kickoff assembly for Riverton High School's Silver Rush, because I cried all the way through the entire assembly. I've never had that happen before in a high school assembly, but literally cried. Their charity that they chose, Children's Justice Center, it's just touching. I love seeing, and it's happening in all of our high schools, and you've heard our middle schools are supporting it and our elementaries are supporting it. So many great things going on in our district this time of year. And then I also just want to say a special thank you to Mr. Thomas and everyone on his crew that goes out and drives around all the roads in our district at the wee hours of the morning, and have had to do so all this week with all of the snow, to determine if it's safe for schools to open, kids to get there. So thank you very much. Superintendent.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of recognitions. I want to start with giving some time to Kevin Sprague on behalf of JESPA, so I'll ask him to come up. Excuse me, award-winning custodian Kevin Sprague.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate that. President Miller, school board members, Superintendent Godfrey, Associate Superintendent Anderson, and John Larson. We would like to take an opportunity to thank our outgoing board members and present them a little plaque and say thank you. We all know we've had the opportunity, and it's been hard times as educational support professionals, and to work with all of you and Jen Atwood and those guys and see what you do for us as educational support professionals. On behalf of the Jordan Educational Support Professional Association, we would like to say thank you to you and give you a plaque and a little card and just say thank you for all that you did for us. So.
Thank you for that acknowledgement, and it's great to work with JESPA. Okay, next up, I've asked Paul Bergera to be here to talk about some of the wonderful things happening in transportation. While he's walking up, I will echo the thanks of Tracy Miller. Paul drives through the night. His people drive through the night. Scott stays up through all hours. And our alarm responders are out and about. Many others that I cannot name. While I sit in my warm living room, dark living room, well, I look out the blinds, Scott. I do look out the window. I test my driveway. But it's in the name of student safety. It's in the name of employee safety. And it's a difficult decision to make. And I believe Scott and I have spoken on one day or another throughout the time we've worked together, every hour around the clock. There's been 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 1 a.m. calls at various times. And Paul is a big part of that effort. And when you think about how hard it is on some mornings, like this one, to get to work and to school early, Paul and his folks are there hours earlier. And even when there's no precipitation, they're making sure buses can start in extreme weather. And it's an incredible operation every single school day. And they get everyone into school and pretty much have to start moving them among schools and plan for getting them home. And it's just one of the marvels of this operation that I've come to appreciate at an even deeper level as superintendent. So thank you to you, Paul, for your leadership and for the work, the many roles played by people in your department to help get kids to and from school safely and to help us make those difficult decisions on wintry days. So thank you very much, and I'm excited to have you here to talk about awards won, programs begun, and other exciting things in transportation.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yeah, Mr. Thomas and I, we've grown accustomed to talking about 3:45 in the morning and making sure that we're ready to roll. So we may do that again tomorrow. We will see. But thank you, Superintendent, President Miller, Mr. Larson, members of the board. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Superintendent. Just wanted to talk briefly about a few things. The first is an award that the district received, and I can pass this around. This is an award presented by NGV America, which is Natural Gas Vehicles of America. And it's a national recognition for Jordan School District. Very proud of this award, and I would hope that all of you are as well. We could not have achieved this status, this award, without the support of the board. We do have the largest CNG fleet in the state. I believe we have the largest CNG fleet in the western United States, at least in our region. So it is really a feather in our cap as a district, and we could not do this without the support of the board. Thank you for what you do. This started back in the 90s, so we're almost 30 years running CNG, and we've kind of stumbled along the way, but we now have found great success in what we're doing, and will continue to do that with the support of the board as I bring buses for approval. Many of those will be compressed natural gas vehicles. This award was, again, from NGVA, and is certainly something that we should all be extremely proud of. I want to give you just a couple of kind of neat talking points and facts. The benefits of transitioning to a CNG. Again, we started this back in the 90s, and then it's just kind of evolved. We've come quite a way since the inception of this program. We have been reducing the carbon footprint in the Salt Lake Valley by eliminating 77,290 gallons of diesel from being emitted. It's a fuel cost savings. We did this from April to May. The cost of CNG gasoline, they call that a GGE, so it's just basically the equivalent to a gallon of gasoline, is about 86 cents per gallon. And that's even with the gas hikes that we've experienced. And that does also include a 50-cent rebate that we get from the federal government. And so that's another reason why we really promote CNG. The alternative fuels tax credit, and Mr. Larson has been instrumental in helping us with that, and Mr. Ellis as well. So thank you. And we received a credit of about $131,219 over the year. And we started pursuing grants back in about 2015. We have saved the taxpayers by taking advantage of grants $2.6 million. That's another I think that's something that we can be extremely proud of. The other thing I wanted to talk about today a little bit that we've kind of launched the 1st of November is our parent app. And I don't know if you have heard about that. We have Zonar on all of our vehicles. It's a way for us to track the vehicles. We can tell when a bus stops, when the door opens, helps us to track those. On November 1st, we launched the MyView parent app. And as of today, 1,647 it's been downloaded 1,647 times. And so what that does is enable parents to be able to view where their school bus is, so that if their students are, hopefully it can help mitigate students waiting outside, waiting for buses. Parents can establish kind of a geo-fence around these areas, and so when the bus goes in there, it'll give them a 10-minute notification, 5-minute notification, and we anticipate that that will continue to gain momentum and grow. And so I just really wanted to take the opportunity to thank the board for your continuous commitment to CNG and for the support of the parent app. I hope that hopefully will kind of limit some of the calls that you all get from late school buses, but I'm sure it will continue to evolve and develop over time. And then just on a personal note, Mr. Young, Ms. Atwood, I've known you guys for a long time in different capacities than Director of Transportation, and it's been a pleasure working with both of you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bergera. Great work, and like I said, the transportation department is obviously crucial to our work as a school district, and it's a really tough position. And I've really enjoyed getting to know bus drivers over the years with the podcast, and talked with a substitute bus driver the other day, and I really appreciate their love for kids and their dedication to safety. It was great meeting the mechanics, and they have their own upholstery shop. It's a big operation. And then when you stand in a bus car wash, you realize the scope, or you see a bus up on the jacks, you realize just what an enormous task it is to maintain that fleet and to keep kids safe. So thank you for the great work that you and your department do.
Thank you. We are now on to our public comment section. Are there any elected officials here that wish to comment? Okay, don't see any. For patron comments, we don't have anybody that has signed up. Am I missing something? Okay, we do have 3. I was going to say no one signed up for in person, but we do have 3 online comments. So we will go to Mr. Larson then to read those. And just the same rules as always. We won't take any comments if it's related to personnel issues within the district, and we'll give everyone 3 minutes to speak, or John 3 minutes to read each one of those. Thank you.
2 of these are from the same individual, so I'll read them as one comment. This is from Tyler Adams. I would like to recognize both Principal Doug Graham of Indian Hills Middle School of the Canyon School District and Principal Donna Hunter of Oker Hills Middle. They can do anything no matter what and prove that anything can happen. I would also like to recognize Board President Tracy Miller as an outstanding board member of Jordan School District. Thank you for all you do, and I'm excited to be working with you when I work here. Also, I would like to state that there is a concern over the southwestern part of Salt Lake County for a new school district taking over South Jordan, Harriman, Riverton, and Bluffdale. They have said they wanted improved schools with a finer education system in their district. They would like you to look over this map, which I will forward to the board members, of the new Butterfield Canyons School District. Please note that the tax rate for those cities is 29.6% taxes than the state average. Tyler Adams. Next one is Wendy McConaughey. Many of us would like to advocate keeping the school, regarding West Jordan Elementary, open while the board comes up with a long-term plan for the elementary schools in the area. They will continue to play musical chairs with our kids and have no sense of what the end goal would be. Many parents have expressed this concern, excuse me, and while it has been acknowledged in several town halls, it hasn't been addressed. I will continue to advocate keeping the school open, and I've given a lot of information to the board to support this decision. I would be happy to share the data if you feel it would be valuable. When can we bring this back to board for discussion? January, February? Please push to keep the school open and use the committee in which you've been placed to work to create a long-term plan for the 4 elementary schools that are all in desperate need of rebuilding. All the schools in the area are varying levels of seismic instability, some extremely unsafe, and all need replacement or major renovation. If West Jordan Elementary is unsafe for education, then so are all the other schools in the area. No one is suggesting that West Jordan Elementary should stay open indefinitely. It needs improvement or rebuilding or shut down. But the board lacks any long-term plan, and thus it will end up our kids will continue to be shuffled. Please advocate to keep it open while the board prioritizes a long-term plan. This is time sensitive and needs addressing quickly. Thank you. Wendy McConaughey.
Thank you. All right, we are on to our general business items. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items A and B.
Second. Motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards to approve consent agenda items A and B. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda items?
Motion to accept consent agenda items A through E.
Thanks. Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards to accept consent agenda items A through E. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Now on to our bids. Can I get a motion on the first bid?
I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion to approve white paper, at the cost of $94,752.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Ms. Atwood to approve the bid for white copy paper. Is there any discussion to that motion?
My favorite bid, and this is proof that we're not using just digital technology one-on-one, but we're also using paper. It's a good blend between everything, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve the bid, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for B?
I'll make the motion that we approve the bid for the HP Chromebooks and Google licenses for Riverton High School.
Motion by Mr. Young, second by Ms. Richards to approve the bid for HB Chromebooks and Google licenses for Riverton High School. Is there a discussion to that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. And can I get a motion for landscape materials?
I'll make a motion to approve facility services landscape materials.
I'll second it.
A motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Robinson to approve the bid for facility services landscape materials. Is there discussion to that motion? 520 acres of landscaping in our district. It's a lot of materials needed. Okay, all in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. We are next on to our budget hearing, and we pass our budget in June, but do amend it a couple times during the year, and so this will be a recommendation to approve the amended budget for the 2022-23 fiscal year. And we'll start with Ms. Richards, who is our Finance Committee Chair, and then Mr. Larson, our Business Administrator.
Yes, thank you. The board has asked the Finance and Audit Committee to update and keep the financial record current by doing a hearing, or not a hearing, but a budget update every quarter. So this is our December update on the financial aspect of our district, and I'll turn the time over to Mr. Larson at this time.
Thank you. So we passed the budget in June. There was also another hearing in August, which updated the budget then for the Truth and Taxation hearing. The December budget hearing is an update for things that we know as at this point in time. We'll be updating things later as well in April and then again in June. But at this point in time, there's 4 main categories of things that we can adjust to the budget and have been reflected here tonight on your board budget document. Those 4 areas are, see if I can remember them all. There's first the unassigned balance that was taken off of the unassigned and placed up into instruction. That has been brought back so that removed from instruction, so it goes back to unassigned. The second thing is we have unspent funds from different budget categories for schools that then carry over. And so those expenditures have now been included here so that the schools can use their carryover funds. And third, we have grants, a lot of grants that have been updated with their revenues and their associated expenditures. This year, we've been able to do a lot more of those with the help of our accounting staff. And by the way, with us tonight is Jason Mott, our senior accountant, who really takes the lead on the budget. And I really appreciate his work on all of this and the summaries that he helped me with in preparing for this and putting this all together. The fourth area is the inclusion of the district initiatives that were discussed by the board, but weren't included at the time of June because they came just a little bit later. So those have been included now in this budget. So what I'd like to do now is go down the document and describe each of the changes. You got the 4 major areas, and you'll see that theme as we go down it. But local revenues, there's no changes there, but state revenues, we have $11.8 million of an increase. That is mostly due to carryovers and grants. So the largest one is $3 million in TSSA funding, and the next one is enhancement for at-risk student funding at $2.5 million. And then we have early intervention grant of $1.2 million, trust lands $1.2 million, and so on. Quite a few grants that have been updated there. Again, huge thanks for the accounting staff for being able to do more of those this year than we've been able to do in the December hearing in the past. That $11.9 million in state funding does have an associated expenditure increase as well down below. And so I'll bring up those grants as I get to those categories down below. The federal revenues have increased 19.6 million. This is nearly all of it is due to carryover ESSER funds that have not yet been spent. So those amounts were authorized for last year, so they were in the budget for last year. But now that we know that those need to be carried over, we've brought that revenue over as well as the expenditure. So let's go down the expenditure line. The big change here is going to be in the instruction line. There's a lot going on in this one. The instruction line decreased 20 million, and the largest piece of that is that first category that I talked about, the unassigned balance that's put up in the instruction line for the June hearing that we then need to reverse in December. That is 44 million, that reversal. And then we have all those carryovers that I was mentioning earlier. For example, ESSER funding, 13.3 million, TSSA 3 million, some district allocations for schools, 2.7, other categories of school budgets, 1.3, technology budgets, 1.2, trust lands, 1.2, and then a whole lot of other grants totaling 1.1 million, all coming together there for that net decrease of 20.4 million. Coming down to support services students, that has increased by 9.4 million. That is mostly due to increased supports for students in the district, in those district initiatives, such as counselors for elementary schools. That has been placed in the budget. We do know, we heard from Ms. Worthen a few meetings ago that they haven't all been hired, but that's been placed in the budget so that if there's an opportunity, they can be. We also have some grants in here. As an example, the infant and toddler grant, 1.4 million, and the preschool grant of 1 million. That makes up that increase of 9.4. Next category, instructional staff, increased 8.3 million. A large part of this is the ESSER funding for the 5.5 million. And after that, you have the enhancement for at-risk students of just $600,000. And there's a lot of other grants that total 1.9 million in this area. School administration, 7.4 million. Again, the district initiative to make sure that there is an assistant principal in our buildings, as well as some interns to help the staff at the school, the teachers, the students, everyone. That's 4.7 million. Enhancement for at-risk students, 1.9. Infant toddler grant, 300,000. Let's see. Next, let's go to support services, operation and maintenance of facilities. This one increased 178,000. That is the period products grant. And lastly, student transportation increased 268,000. That is the efforts to fund buses with additional personnel from departments to help in that area. So I hope that helps see what's happening, what's changing for this budget amendment. Again, mostly grants and trying to catch things up, what we know now. April is really the big change when we go through every line and redo it. This is more high-level groupings, trying to get what we know on individual grants. Are there any questions about this that I can answer?
If I recall, in addition to this form that you provided to us, I vaguely remember you providing a projection for the current year as to how we're doing in actuality. Did you, and I can't remember when the first one of those is produced. Is that in conjunction with this report?
We have in the past tried to do that and made a guess at this time. We've worked on that. Right now, it's pretty unpredictable. They're showing different outcomes, the different methods. If I were to guess where we might end the year, if I were to venture a guess, I'd say we would have a small increase.
A small, meaning we would end with more revenue than we expended.
Yeah, and that's mostly due to these unfilled positions that haven't been hired out yet. Compared to the budget, which assumes that those positions will be filled.
I won't push you on it, but I'd love to know what your definition of small is. But we'll leave it at that.
The time frame for the larger forecast is usually in January when we look at December's, because by the end of December we got more property tax data in, and we have things just feel a little more solid once that's there. The property tax collections at this time are they're just still coming in. The county is sending us those deposits regularly, and we have a guess, but not precise enough for a projection.
Is there any other questions? Okay, I will take a motion and then we'll go to public input.
I can do that. I make a motion that we approve the amendments for the budget for the 2022-23.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Ms. Atwood to approve the amended budget for the 2022-23 fiscal year. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak? Okay, seeing none. Is there discussion from the board on this motion? Okay. All in favor of approving the amended budget for the 2022-23 fiscal year, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Larson and your staff and our finance committee for your efforts on this. We appreciate you. Next, we have a recommendation to approve an amendment to the master development agreement for the Olympia development in Harriman. Mr. Dunford.
As most of the public knows, there's a very large development coming in the southwest corner of the valley. It's called Olympia. We own 100+ acres of property in that area for future schools. We are a participant in the master development agreement, and as they make amendments, we approve them. And so I am proposing to the board that we approve the current amendment, which basically allows the school district, the superintendent, to look at any future amendments, and if it just doesn't involve the school district, if it has nothing to do with the school district, he may approve it and thus not bog down the system, because we only meet once a month in a public setting. And so that's the gist of this amendment, is to save the school district the board time and ease the development moving forward. And so with that, I will make a motion that we approve amendment number 2 to the master development agreement for the Olympia development in Harriman.
Motion by Mr. Dunford and second by Mr. Robinson to approve amendment number 2 to the master development agreement for the Olympia development in Harriman. And just for the record, we did have a discussion about this earlier in our study session. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this issue? Okay, seeing none, is there any discussion from the board? All right, all in favor of approving amendment number 2 to the master development agreement for the Olympia development, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Dunford, Mr. Larson, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Van Komen, for your work on that. Next up is our superintendent's annual report to the Board of Education. One of the most important things we do as a Board of Education is to hire the superintendent of our school district, along with our business administrator. Those are the 2 direct employees of our board. And as a board, we have policies that we have put forth, ends policies of things that we want to see accomplished as a district. And we then delegate to Dr. Godfrey in order to run the day-to-day operations and see that our vision and ends are met. And so this is our opportunity once a year to hear an annual report from him, reporting back on how we're doing as a district. So we look forward to hearing this report, and we'll turn the time now to Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you very much. This is a time I look forward to. December is a natural time of reflection, and it's really rewarding for me to look back on the work we do. I'm thankful that I get to work with this board. Every board is unique, every superintendent and board relationship is unique. But I feel particularly grateful for my situation. I have felt connected to this board personally on an individual level with each one of you from the start. I also feel a connection with you as a group. I think we've accomplished great things together. And I appreciate that we have done that in a way that has involved genuine engagement from each of you. If you were to merely approve whatever I brought your way without discussion, then I would feel out on my own, and I have never felt that. I have always felt your support through the conversations we've had and the way we've been able to engage on difficult issues, and through the last couple of years, some issues I hope no board or superintendent has to deal with for a long time. Before I go into my report, I want to particularly thank Jen Atwood and Matt Young. One of the most rewarding parts of this job is getting to know people. I get to say hello to a lot of new people that I haven't known before. Teachers that have taught in the district for a long time that I finally get to meet. Bus drivers, ESP support, lots of different people, students and families who've been a part of this district for a long time. But I don't get to work with everyone closely like I have with Jen and Matt, and I thank you for that association. I like saying hello to more and more people. I don't like saying goodbye to anyone. We have something for each of you from the administration. Cabinet has a card for each of you, and we have an inscribed bell for each of you. If you ring it, Scott Thomas will come within 90 seconds and will solve any problem you have, physical, metaphysical, or otherwise. He will have a solution. So I thank you for your service, and I thank you both for your friendship. This presentation feels, as I've gone through it, too much like taking credit for the work the board has done and the work that 8,000 employees have done. And beyond that, the work that 57,000 students have done, and the work that tens of thousands of parents and guardians have done. The work that communities have done. It's really something to be a part of a community this large, engaged in work this important. As I've attended middle school music performances, I've learned something about orchestration. An orchestra means that everyone isn't playing the same note at the same time. And when you watch a beginning middle school band, this is where you really see progress. When you see a beginning band play in the 7th grade for their Halloween concert, and then you see them perform for the December concert. And the progress that they make is that there is genuine orchestration. It's not everyone playing the same note at the same time, which is a difficult job in and of itself when you're starting out. It's the orchestration that happens when you have different things going on all at the same time. And one person who gets to wave his arms and watch. And that's how I feel. I get to watch a lot of things happening all at the same time. The same goals but different roles is a phrase I use frequently, and it's just really exciting for me to be a part of that. So as I report out, this is the orchestra. This is lots of different things happening at one time. But it's also only a representative sample. This is not an exhaustive list. We don't have that kind of time. But the board, thankfully, early on said, let's get one example of everything. Let's get an example of everything along the way. And hopefully, we've done our job in helping communicate through various channels to the board and the public lots of great things that are happening, lots of progress that's happened throughout the year. Hopefully, we're not saving it up for right now. So there are some things that you've heard about and you're very familiar with, but that I'm going to mention because this is really a reflection on last school year, but it always bleeds into what we're doing this year. So a lot of this we've covered publicly and in a lot of different ways. There are a lot of new things that we've done over the last few years. It's also important to me that we pace that appropriately so that we lean into and deepen our implementation of new things that we do and get the maximum out of those things and pace the change in a way that makes it meaningful. I also want to emphasize that any data I review is a collection. It's a representation of a collective result and a collective effort. But we are very focused on the individual student, individual families, the needs of individual employees, at the same time that we try to create broad policies and broad approaches that will meet the needs of a large number of people. I try to make this district feel small while we do big things. The individual student outcomes and the individual student experiences and the individual experiences of parents and employees are what are most important to me. We try to provide lots of training and support to accomplish that, and lots of information along the way. For those listening in and watching, I'm going to go through the policies, the ends policies that outline the requirements for me, and this is part of the requirement here. And I just want to, if we can go back to 300 actually, sorry, I got ahead of myself. I'm going to go through what's required by policy, and then at the end or throughout, I welcome any questions from the board. Global executive limitations. The superintendent and business administrator maintain lawful and ethical professional business practices. We work really hard to do things in a way that's ethical and lawful. We talk a lot. We talk whenever we can find the time sometimes, but we work very hard to fulfill that responsibility in a way that is aligned with policy and with best practices. And I think we accomplish that. EL 301, treatment of students and their families. So I'm going to read what's expected, and then I'm going to give some examples of the work that we're doing. What is expected? The superintendent is to implement policies, procedures, and practices to promote health and safety of students, encourage parental participation in education, be sensitive to cultural issues and community values, set expectations, operate accessible facilities, collect and protect appropriate student and employee data, and handle grievances. The Student Services Department, although created a couple of years ago, has continued to refine its purpose and to grow in ways that are appropriate based on grant funding we've received and on needs that we have that we've seen over time. They've done a great job of filling needs in a way that checks a lot of these boxes. We've expanded the Language and Culture Services Department to involve additional staff and to provide additional opportunities, including affinity clubs in our schools and many other initiatives that are helping students truly belong in Jordan District. We've also added equity, diversity, and inclusion staff who have helped advance that cause. They have not only responded when difficult situations arise, but they have helped educate principals and other groups to be sure that we are well prepared to be a great place for every student to learn. You'll hear presentations from those two groups over the next couple of months in this meeting. The Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee has also presented it with the board. We've traveled to learn more about how we can do a better job. We meet twice a month, and I learn something from every meeting with these great employees. Our health and wellness team has continued to grow. BARC is something that has been presented in this meeting as well. And we have a great employee working with the BARC program to help identify student concerns and a crisis in a student's life, student difficulties, using the information in our student accounts. We've conducted parent and student surveys. We have our Health and Wellness Day that the board has been a great support for. It's been very popular to be able to look forward to Health and Wellness Day again. And The board provided a meal last year. We'll talk about the possibility of doing that again. That meal meant a lot to everyone as a lead up to our Health and Wellness Day. And I really love the focus that it brings. And we're looking forward to expanded activities this year to take good care of our employees, but also take care of families. And I want to mention the Cook Center for Human Connection. We've provided for families a whole list of courses that are available online anytime to provide families support when they're going through difficult issues, or just ways that they can help support students in school. From national experts, free anytime, and we launched that last year with our Health and Wellness Day, and have a podcast or two in the drawer that we're ready to release in January and send out to all parents to renew awareness of that availability. We also have coaching for families that's available for the Cook Center for Human Connection that allows for some individual one-on-one coaching and counseling to help support families who are essential partners, of course, in this endeavor. The Jordan Parent Advisory Committee has been a new opportunity, a new chance for us to connect with parents through representatives on school community councils. Based on the information that they shared with us, really the questions that they asked of us, I was able to sit with Lance Everill and put together a reunification podcast because there were lots of questions about that. And we've sent out several podcasts to all parents, supercasts, to all parents about very specific topics that they asked about in that meeting. So it's been helpful to hear from parents, and we've tried to respond very directly to those requests for more information. We'll continue to do so as well. The work that we've done on D200 philosophy of instruction, I view as a means of connecting better with parents. Training for employees and information for parents will be forthcoming to help make sure that we're getting the most out of this policy. But I've appreciated being able to work with the board as they work with the public to get input, and employees to get input on how we can create policy that allows for parents to connect in a meaningful way to the instruction that's happening in our schools, and for teachers to have clarity about what's required by law and how they can continue robust discussions in their classroom in a way that is appropriate. So a great input from teachers and parents and great work from the board to move that effort forward. We've done a lot with data security, and I think it's interesting that that's specifically included in this policy. We are a district who is very open to whatever means we can use to improve our data security. And because I'm being broadcast over YouTube right now, I'm not going to go into the specifics of that. All I can say is that we take it very seriously, and we've taken very concrete steps to improve that security over time and continually. And the work of Portrait of a Graduate that we've talked about in these meetings, it's going to be an additional way to connect with our community and make sure that the work we do is reflective of the community's values and priorities. Treatment of staff. I'm going to speed things up a bit, or else I'll go way over the time I was expected to present. This is really making sure that I'm taking good care of the staff and that we're doing things that we need to make this a great place to work. Our Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Department is really central to making sure that we are creating a good working environment and a good environment for all students. We've conducted some training for investigations already, but we are going to be putting forth a greater effort in that area. We have refreshers planned for the next couple of months, and then a 2-day investigations training planned for all administrators for the summer. which will allow for really for us to be prepared to do an even better job of handling investigations as difficult issues come up, to be sure that we're handling those in a way that's appropriate. There are procedures in place to review potential nepotism issues. I approve all applications for an exception to our nepotism expectations, but we are able to arrange things so that we have not been in violation of policy or the law in any of those circumstances. We've continued with PINs recognizing years of service for our employees, and I've tried to reach out to individual employees as much as I can as well. It's the Supercast is really a way for me to be able to do that. It's a wonderful way for me to connect with great things that are happening. And if you look over the last couple of months, you'll see that I was able to highlight some employees that are really doing some remarkable things. And there are some fun ones that, as they say in the industry, in the can, ready to go, that I think you'll find entertaining going forward as well. Communication and support to the board. We reviewed reading scores school by school. We had the review by Mr. Jameson earlier. With board meeting, we've as instructed by the board, we've tweeted out what policies are going to be reviewed, and I really have appreciated the summaries and the way things have been structured. The board has given us some direction on that. The reason you see the clock inside our study session room is because it makes it easier for us to log where in the video certain discussions began and ended. So I really feel like there's been, over the last couple of years, again under the direction of the board, much better access to board meetings for the public. We collaborate on meeting agendas, of course. The Jordan Parent Advisory Committee, again, once again, is an important part of this. And we've brought policy changes forward to reflect changes to federal and state law so that we are staying up to date on changes that need to be made. Annual reports to the public take many different forms: live streaming board meetings, audio that's posted on board docs, summaries that are posted, the budget, the ACFR, information that's distributed from principals to school community councils. The board has been instrumental in making sure that we have great school community councils. We train school community councils. I was responsible for those trainings when I was first on cabinet many years ago, and that training has advanced significantly since that time. District website, social media. We've emailed the Supercast to parents with links to information so they can access information in various ways. Direct email to parents and patrons, advertising in city journals. And I would add, we've had our external communications enhanced through Tammy Pfeiffer's position, where she's able to meet with cities and create strong relationships there, and other outside entities, including chambers of commerce and others. So I've appreciated her support in that. Emergency succession. We just want to make sure that within the system we have communication and connections and experience that don't rest with just one person. John and Mike and I talk continually and are involved in each other's work in a way so that if, specifically, because this is my presentation, if I were not around, that work could continue. Everything I do, there's redundancy and there's an overlap. And Dan Ellis, the Director of Accounting, is trained in the work of the Business Administrator. Mike Anderson does a lot of the work with me. Business Administrator consults frequently with me on a range of issues. So there's a lot of overlap in very productive ways. The mission statement: students in Jordan School District will reach their potential to achieve academically, prosper economically, and contribute responsibly to society. Everything we do as an administration is to focus energy on student achievement and success. And we take good care of the students by taking good care of employees and by connecting to families. We've expanded student opportunities over the years, and online courses, hybrids, full-time virtual learning, International Baccalaureate Program, Majestic Elementary, STEM, career and technical education programs, all supported by the board. Like I said, these are things I can't take credit for. Empowering employees, targeted professional development, endorsement courses, mentor training, coaching, digital learning. Our big event at the beginning of the school year, again supported by the board, where we bring everyone together. The trainings coming forward that are very specific to level and subject assignments. We recognize licensed employees as professionals by gaining input. I met with a teacher just this morning who gave me input. I met with her in her classroom individually. She gave me input that's going to change the way we operate a part of our district. It was really meaningful feedback, and I don't wait for large numbers of people to feel a particular way. That is meaningful in a certain way, but it only takes one individual with a great idea for me to want to change something and say, that's a better way to do things. Let's take a look at it. So some of the most rewarding meetings I have are with individual teachers, individual employees, or small groups. Last week I was able to meet with a grade level at one of our elementaries. And it was really fun to see their team dynamic and to see the impact of some of the things we're trying to do as a district. Annual and parent leave, again, under the leadership of the board, that's made things better for all employees. The Jordan Education Foundation, as Ms. Atwood mentioned earlier, is an important part of empowering employees and the competitive salary schedule that we've let out on over the years. Customer service, we spoke just the other day. One example is that we spoke just the other day in our GAC meeting about the procedure for welcoming new students, particularly refugees. We've had a larger number of refugees, I think, than ever before. And there's a checklist now that schools will be trained on so that we don't miss anything. There are some small things that make a really big difference that are easy for us to overlook or take for granted, but we want to be welcoming for all students. Training by GAC, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and Language and Culture Services, culture and climate surveys, community surveys. Problems addressed are addressed efficiently by appropriate administrators, and the evidence in unsolicited communication is just the positive that I hear about the work that's being done out in our schools. Safety and security. Every administrator promotes safety and security. We talk about it in our principal meeting on a regular basis. The training is ongoing. We have district reports and inspections, and the Jordan Safety and Security Assessments are emailed to every cabinet member. There's a rubric, there's a score for each school, and it's allowed us to really improve scores. I mentioned this a year ago in this presentation, but the high school scores have soared. They started low because of the number of doors they have and the number of challenges they face. All of our schools at every level are at least in the mid-90s and some in the high 90s every time. So we've really made great progress there, and we're talking about, so what's next? What's the next step to continue to increase safety in our schools? We have a school safety inspection survey, online satisfaction survey, Utah State risk inspections, fire inspections, Board of Health inspections. The Board of Health has said, I would rather eat in a school cafeteria in Jordan District than any restaurant. It's clean, and they do a great job, and it's great food. End of year drill reporting for schools, safety and security annual report, emotional training and support by the health and wellness team. Part of safety and security is just making sure that health and wellness are taken care of. School code of conduct training, principal training on school safety. There's a lot that we do. Now I want to talk about funding that resulted from board discussions about how we move things forward in the district, and you gave me responsibility for those district initiatives, and it's really exciting to see what's happening. As Mr. Larson indicated, there are a number of positions we have not yet been able to fill. Part of that is because of the timing of the initiative. And I think that we're going to begin to reap the full benefits this spring, summer, and fall as we are able to hire. Part of it is the additional funding. Part of it is the culture that funding reflects. It's a culture of taking care of people, and it's a culture of responding to the concerns that we've heard. I'm going to go through each bullet point, and then I'm going to talk about the very specific policies around student achievement. Like I said, in the interest of time, I'm going to go a little faster than I'd probably like, because all of this is really fun for me to talk about. The addition of elementary counselors, elementary assistant principals, has really meant that everyone can do their job. It means that a counselor can be a counselor, a school psychologist can be a psychologist, and the assistant principal can be the assistant principal. And the principal, in turn, can be the principal. So all of these jobs that have been added at the elementary level allow for the principal to be directly engaged with instruction and to be in the classroom more frequently than they ever have before. So really, there's an impact on instruction with all of these positions. I met years ago with elementary head administrative assistants, and one of the things they talked about needing, we've done several of the things that they requested, but one that they asked about was just additional time in the summer. This allows us to stay on top of things in the summer. They can use that week in a way that's flexible. So we've assigned all of this. Middle level, full-time social workers, full-time from part-time. Administrative interns at the middle level. So we have 3 interns, well, 3 FTE that are spread over 6 schools. And that part-time has made a big difference. Full-time hall monitors from part-time. Middle-level counselors, we've added 6 counselors, which is a half-time at each of our middle schools, and many middle schools have added funding to make that a full-time position. Our high school, we've moved the 25-hour camp and clinic administrative assistant to full-time, and the high school full-time administrative intern at each high school. We've added a teacher cushion. That's taken several forms. Really, there are 3 things I would point out. Number 1, we have assigned FTE to dual language immersion schools in a different way. We know that the dual language immersion program requires 2 classes per grade level. So we set that aside, 2 teachers per grade level for dual language immersion. And then we calculate the additional FTE based on the remaining students, so that it increases the staffing in advance rather than waiting to see what happens. Now, even with that formula, we've run into some large class sizes. And we're addressing that even over the next few weeks in a number of our schools. At the semester, there are student teachers who've completed their student teaching who are eligible to be hired, and there are other teachers who are graduating in December who can be employed starting immediately. So there are a number of schools where class sizes have risen, or we've seen the impact of those class sizes, and we're able to add a teacher mid-year. So you say, how do you add a teacher mid-year effectively? This allows for another choice. This allows for another option for students who may be struggling, maybe wanted to be in with a friend or a family member, It provides a lot of flexibility. You can also do pullouts. So we're adding teachers mid-year and added teachers at the beginning of the year as well. We look at the overall need, the district-wide need, and that need shifts over time. So there are some needs to be addressed mid-year, and we've been able to do that this year as well. We've added the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Officer and Department, as we talked about earlier, talked about BARC. Elementary administrative interns, which means that there's a full-time assistant at every elementary school. And we've increased psychologist pay to continue to increase the level of support there. Now, I have more work to do on determining the positive impacts of these initiatives because it's only been in place for a bit. But as I've met with teachers, talked with administrators, and talked with ESP, they have felt the difference in their classrooms and in their day-to-day ability to meet the needs of students. I just want to describe a couple of examples. I want to talk about hall monitors at the middle level. When you talk about hall monitors at the middle level, previously we had 2 part-time people doing that. Some great people. But we nearly lost someone from that position because they just needed more hours and they needed more pay in order to stay in the position. They left the position temporarily and came back to it part-time because they couldn't stay away. It was so nice to be able to say, we value your work. Now you have a full-time position. Think about building a relationship with 8th graders 3 hours a day or 4 hours a day versus 8 hours a day. 8 hours a day, you really build that relationship. And you can be relied on in different ways. So I applaud our hall monitors, campus monitors. Hall monitor is limiting. I also want to talk about a full-time assistant principal at the elementary level. It wasn't that long ago that our elementary principals, some of them, had no assistant at all. The board supported having a half-time assistant principal at least in every school. Now that we have a full-time, that means that not only does everyone have a chance to do their job because there's that support there, but it also means that if you're an employee and you have an issue that you want to get some help with, you have 2 different people that you can talk with about that. Is this something I escalate to the principal? Is this something that really is in the wheelhouse of our assistant? And I've heard so many compliments, not just about the importance of the position, but about the people that we've placed in particular locations and the matchup of principal and assistant principal and how effective that's been. So we're getting way more than double the impact for double the staffing. So thank you for supporting that. Those are just a couple of examples. I could go through every bullet item. And it's anecdotal evidence, but it's evidence one-on-one and in groups that I've heard from those who are in our schools. I'll continue to pursue that and bring additional information back to the board. Now we go, so our unfilled positions at this point are 9.5 psychologist positions, 2 middle-level counseling positions, and 28 elementary-level counseling positions. So we're optimistic that we can fill many of these positions based on having all this information in advance of hiring season and also the word getting out about how we're operating and the level of support that we're providing. So thank you for leading out and for taking the difficult steps required to make all of this possible. We want to continue the training that I've described in this presentation and that we've already begun to make sure that we're maximizing the efficacy for each position. We'll switch over to the next presentation, and then I can be happy to answer any questions. This is related to what you've already seen from Mr. Jameson, but this speaks to other requirements of reporting. Let me just talk about our demographics are changing, and this just shows that the change in the federally designated student groups. We continue to watch just how our district evolves and how the needs in our district evolve. Attendance rates are a concern. They're a concern for everyone involved, for families, for employees, and it's one of the big challenges that we need to look at going forward. And we need to get very granular about it and look at partial days, look at full days, really dig into where our attendance is, because a fabulous class doesn't help a student that isn't there or who isn't connected to the class in some way. Our elementary ends evaluation. A couple of things to note: the upper grade levels are still recovering from COVID to a great extent. RISE growth was minimally impacted by the pandemic in our elementary grades. Elementary level. The goal is that the percentage of the district's elementary schools whose most recent year's third grade end of year percentage on benchmark is greater than 90% or greater than the prior year's end of year percentage for Acadience reading, and we did meet that goal. Go back if you would, please. Sorry, one slide. In 2021, we had 5 schools meet that goal. We had 29 schools meet that goal this year. Acadience reading proficiency and growth, kindergarten, 65% at or above benchmark. For end of year, 46.6% making typical or better growth. You can see that through the grades. End of year K3 Acadience reading proficiency and growth over time. Okay. Percentage of the district's elementary schools whose most recent language arts percentage proficient is greater than 90% or greater than prior year's language arts percent proficient. That's RISE ELA, and we met that as well, 27 schools as opposed to 8, so that goal is met. RISE ELA proficiency and growth. I'm going to go through fairly quickly because you've seen a lot of this. RISE math, the goal was met because we had a greater percentage proficient than in the prior year. 20 schools versus 5. RISE math proficiency and growth. RISE science at the elementary level, total percent proficient, 47.2%. We had 22 schools as opposed to 4 in 2021, so we met that goal. Middle school ends evaluation. Just a couple of things to note. Middle school students are still recovering from the drop in achievement from the pandemic. RISE growth was impacted by the pandemic in secondary grades. Now, AP exam participation has increased significantly over the years. And I feel like that's part of the reason for a decrease in scores, more students being brought in. But what I really will continue to work toward is more participation and higher pass rates as well, that combination. So for 9th grade, credit deficiencies, students advance to high school with full credits and in line for graduation, evidenced by decreasing number of students who are credit deficient at the end of 9th grade is less than 10% or less than the credit deficiency rate for the previous year's class. So it was less than the previous year's class. So that goal is met. For RISE ELA, again, greater performance than the previous year, which meets the goal. RISE ELA proficiency and growth. And then the middle level, RISE Math, percentage greater than the previous year, so the goal is met. For RISE Science, an increase over last year, so the goal is met. Now, middle level AP exams. Percentage of AP tests passed for the most recent year is greater than 80% or greater than percentage of AP tests passed for the previous year. That is the goal that is not met. So our pass rate went down, but as I indicated, our participation went up significantly. So we really have to analyze that. How do we support new students that are involved with AP? I think it's a really interesting and important combination of statistics.
And at the middle school levels, they're just the one AP class, the AP Geography.
I think it's only AP Geography at this point.
ELA, right?
Oh, ninth grade, yeah, that's right. Ninth grade language.
I just asked this.
Mr. Jameson, are there any other AP tests at the middle level besides language and geography? Okay, thank you. Just some things to note about the high school ends evaluation data. The composite scores were minimally impacted by the pandemic despite a significant increase in the AP exam participation. Pass rates continue to climb at the high school level. It's also significant enrollment in concurrent enrollment courses is increasing, but the support rendered students is sufficient that credits are also increasing. Hispanic and white students, as well as students with disabilities, are steadily increasing in graduation rates. Multilanguage learners, Black, Pacific Islander, and economically disadvantaged students are slowly trending down. So those are things for us to watch as well. Now, some of the N size on some groups can be as low as several dozen. So it really comes back to that conversation I had earlier about individual students. It's really the individual student's experience. I'm told that we also have environmental science at the middle school level. We are moving so quickly at the middle level that I cannot keep up.
Be interesting at some point to hear what schools offer those.
We would be glad to provide that information. We may be able to provide it before the end of the presentation. The ACT at the high school level, we are higher than the previous year, so we met that goal in terms of the percentage meeting all four benchmarks and the percentage earning an 18+ composite score. The goal is met on AP, where we've had a greater pass rate at the high school level than the previous year, and greater than the previous 2 years. There's our distribution of AP participation and scores. We met the goal on concurrent enrollment, where the enrollment percentage is higher than the previous year and the number of credits earned is higher than the previous year, and again higher than the previous 2 years. Now you'll notice that on a lot of the statistics I've shown you, a lot of the data, We weren't higher than the previous 2 years, just higher than the previous year. But in these last couple of stats, we've been higher than the previous 2 years, which is significant. Graduation rate in 2020, we hit 90, we were in the 90s for the first time. And last year we dipped slightly to 89.2, but we're back in the 90s, which sounds like a VH1 special, but we are back in the 90s. And we'll continue to climb. There are graduation rates over time. 2012 wasn't that long ago for us to be at 82.2. And to be at 90.2, that takes the whole orchestra. Here we have it broken down by demographics.
Uptick in, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just curious on students with disability. How do students who receive a certificate of completion, does that count as a graduation here?
Turning to Mr. Jameson.
I believe so, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Can you go
Let's
back
go back
to
one,
that
yes.
real- How is all students 92.6, but our overall is 90.2? Okay.
Probably 90.26.
Is it?
So white student rate is 92.6, all student is 92.6, so it's just that same bar is there in both places, but it should be 90.2 at the top there for all students.
And is it just a pure coincidence that Asian students and white students are the exact same? Or is, okay.
CTE certifications. The 2021-22 results have not yet been released. We anticipate that in January. But the 2020 and 2021, we meet that goal. So in summary, all of the goals are met, except for one, which is the AP rate at the middle level, which is something that we will take a closer look at, but I applaud that the middle level has increased participation and the offerings, and we'll continue to watch for how we can continue to offer more and more options for students at the middle and high school level in that area. It's a lot of information presented as rapidly as I could. What questions can I answer for you?
Of all this data, of all this work, as you reflect on this calendar year, what is it that you are most proud of? And you can either lead with that one, or, and what is it that you wish could have been a little bit?
I'll start with, well, I'm going to add a third component.
Where I'm leading, so please do.
I'm really Well, I'm trying to decide what order to do this in. I really want to see every score improve, even the good ones. I just want to see us do better in every way and meet even more needs. I'll add that I think we're meeting the needs that can't be measured better than we ever have. That doesn't just mean social emotional wellness. It means creativity. It means innovative thinking. It means efficacy, self-worth. I think we do a really good job of that. But I really do want to see the scores and opportunities improve and increase. I'm most proud of the beginning and the end. Literacy at the start and graduation at the end. Those are essential metrics that I talked with the board about in interviews when I sought this position. And I'm excited to see the progress there. I'm going to go back to what I started with. I'm really proud of the work that this community has done. ESP, teachers, students, parents, cities, businesses, patrons, and the board. So I'm very proud to be associated with Jordan, and it's really fun to have a backstage pass to all the cool stuff that's happening. In my world, a backstage pass is the best thing you can possibly have.
Question. Any others?
I have one. I'm curious, as I looked through your presentation, I saw some policy highlighted. I'm curious, how does that get to the end of the road? What happens when we update our philosophy of instruction and you're a school teacher who maybe isn't watching board meeting? How do they learn about that?
I mentioned earlier that there will be training for staff and information for parents about D200 specifically. But more broadly, sometimes it's a policy that we make people aware of because it's not as intricate as D200. But when it's something like D200 that is a big shift, that training will happen in 2 phases. We're already working on early trainings that will go out to teachers to better understand what this policy means for them. But then in the fall, we're also going to have a more in-depth training that will allow teachers by subject to talk with each other about what this means for their classroom. Like with training on any subject, it's not a one and done sort of training. So the training will begin now so that teachers are prepared to plan for the coming year. But in the fall, we'll give opportunities for them to be trained and to work with each other to make the most of the policy and really to have not just a working knowledge of how to be compliant with the policy, but how it can support their teaching. So in answer to your question, sometimes it's just information, but a lot of times it's training, and it's ongoing training. It's a big obstacle in an organization this large to try to get the water to the end of the row.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm just looking for a number.
Okay.
I don't need an explanation, just a number.
Okay.
A phrase that I will never forget. I know where the levers are that I want to pull. I want to know what percentage of those levers have been to your satisfaction pulled.
What percentage of the ones we've polled?
No, what percentage of the levers you were thinking about when you made that comment have now been to your satisfaction pulled?
I'm always thinking about the next lever.
I know.
Of the ones I thought of at the time, probably a third.
That's helpful to me. Thank you.
You have to pace the pulling of levers.
That's what I was wondering. And I want to know, is Anthony Godfrey's superintendentship still in its infancy? Is it an adolescent? And that tells me where I think you are, and that coincides with where I had hoped you would be.
Right.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Going on that theme of the levers, because there was a profound moment in the interviewing process where Dr. Godfrey talked about pulling of the levers that he's seen. Are there any of those levers that we as a board are standing in your way of pulling, or not providing you the appropriate resources to pull them?
No. Quite the contrary. The list of district initiatives that you funded and supported through a very thoughtful process of asking questions involving the whiteboard was a really important component of taking some big next steps. It's an example of what has happened throughout my time as superintendent. It's the support from the board that I talked about at the beginning of my presentation. You've been paving the road, you've been walking the road with me. I have never felt an obstacle. Great discussion, genuine engagement, but never an obstacle.
Thank you very much for your report. I have a lot of interaction and association with people in the education community across the state, and wherever I go, I am told that we have an incredible superintendent. And I think we've seen evidence of that tonight and all throughout this year. He's very well respected and highly regarded across this state. We're grateful to have him in our district. And I will say the same thing about our business administrator also. Thank you. Just so that the public knows, we do an formal evaluation as a board once a year of our superintendent and our business administrator. And the plan would be to come back at our January business meeting with that evaluation. Okay, we will go on to committee reports and comments by board members. Do you have any committee reports?
I have one. So Government Relations Committee has been meeting and preparing for our upcoming legislative breakfast and trying to take the input that we received from this board and put it into a document that we can present to our legislators as we express our priorities as a district. So This is an ongoing process. There is a early draft that I emailed to each of you. But as we initially, in an earlier study session, we brought a lot of ideas that we had brainstormed. And then we tried to listen to the comments that each of you made during that discussion. Last year, we were able to express a pretty concise message regarding our desire to support our employees. We felt like that was impactful to keep it very succinct. And so this year we wanted to try to stay on that same vein of being concise in the things that we want to express to them. And so just to kind of share the nuts and bolts of that, our overreaching message is that we believe the best way to give a child an exceptional education is to provide them with an exceptional educator, and therefore our priority is to support our teachers. And there are ways that we hope that support will come. So those that we mentioned were the recruiting and retaining of education supports professionals, employing high-quality instructional leaders, providing a safe working and learning environment, and offering competitive compensation to all employees. And then just as a note below, we mentioned, please empower LEAs with the flexibility to address the issues unique to each district. So we just wanted to present that, get your feel for whether we're on the right track, whether we've captured what you hoped to express. So I would love your feedback if you have it. Feel free to either email it or if you have something to say tonight. I am open.
I didn't respond to your email. I apologize, but I was very impressed with this.
Sometimes when we say teacher, we mean employees. So that first sentence when it says our priority is to support teachers, I'm just wondering if we should say an educational support specialist. I know at our GPAC meeting that was our #1 concern. And so I don't know if we can wrap that in. You do wrap it in the bullet points. And then also at the USBA, there was some person that made this big push to have the restudy for impact fees. And it would be nice if like that's somewhere on there, because that is just absolutely killing our district. Could you imagine if we had impact fees, the money we would have available for education and helping our kids and keeping the tax rate down would be phenomenal. But I don't know. We didn't add a whole bunch of other bullet points, but I, for one, would like that one. But
So I really like your first idea. I'm not saying I don't like your second, but I'm going to start with your first. We really do want to try to reflect to our state-led leadership that when you provide them with a structure of supports, you're supporting the end of the row, like we talked about before. What happens for children in classrooms, and that includes way more than just how much a teacher is paid. Not that that's not important, but the experience that the teacher has. I think that Dr. Godfrey just did such an eloquent job of explaining how allowing a teacher to focus on teaching affects the experience of children. And when they have those supports, that's where that comes from. So one of the changes that we intend to make to this draft is starting just with a picture at the top. We would really like to see a visual representation of the village that it takes to serve a child. So we would love to have a child surrounded by their bus driver and their education support professionals in class, their walk to read breakouts, all of those people that create the real learning environment. So I guess I'm with you on that. Do you feel like we need more beyond that bullet point and the picture change? I just want to take good notes here.
I don't know, I just want it to be our priority, so. People
Sorry, I'll let you
people
finish.
also use the word teacher to mean everybody else. This is just a common phrase, so, which is fine. And I hope that our educational support specialists understand that when we fight for teachers, we're fighting for them. We're fighting for educators.
There was a mistake that I made. I'll be honest with you, I don't remember where the statement was. But I kind of got some pushback from educators saying we want to be recognized as educators aside from teachers as well. So I would love to see that statement say something, support students, comma, teachers and educators by. I learned a lot from the mistake that I made, and I appreciate the fact that somebody was willing to point that out to me.
And the message that I want to send our legislators, that right now there's a lot of focus on our teachers up in the, the talk about let's give teachers a raise, and throughout the years, when it comes to tax increases, our public has always said, we'll support it if it goes to the teachers. We want to make sure it goes to the teachers. And I think what I would like to raise awareness of right now is that we've done a lot to increase teacher compensation. We have more to do, but I think there's a really great need right now to support our teachers by having our employee support professional positions staffed. I think that's something our teachers are really feeling right now is, I don't have an aide. The kids are late because there isn't a bus driver. There's no custodian. Those all make a big impact on supporting our teachers, and I think our teachers are feeling that. So that's the message I want to be able to send to the legislature is, yes, we love that you're focused on teachers and teacher pay, but there's a really high need here to support our teachers by having our support professionals fully staffed and surrounding that educational effort.
I believe as a board, that's what we're hearing more and more and more. They want to be able to, teachers and educators want to be able to see the education support professionals be supported even more.
And then if it's okay, I really want to circle back to Daryl's second point about adding in impact fees, which I would love to see happen. I'm a little conflicted in my desire to stay kind of on target so that when they think of Jordan, they know where our priorities are. How does the rest of the board feel about throwing in a little more mud to the water? It's not mud. Crushed Oreos. I just mean, are we gonna dilute the message, or do you feel like we have a little wiggle room there and we can add more?
I think in terms of our taxpayers, it's huge. And it gives us a huge disadvantage as a district. I'm not asking for impact fees. I'm asking for them to do what they promised in 1998 and study it and answer the question why only 3 states in the United States of America do not allow impact fees, and we're one of them. That's all I'm asking is why. And if it doesn't come from us, if it's just coming from that super long list from the state, and I don't care if it's on this paper, but it needs to be addressed when we meet with them. It needs to be brought up continually. That's just me, but I don't want to go out for another bond. And people just don't understand. They think we're asking for more and more money, and we're not. We're just asking for our needs to build new schools because of the high growth to be satisfied. And we would never have to do a bond. And if we had if our tax level had an inflation increase in it, we would never have to do a truth in taxation. And people think that we're spending outside of our limit, Jordan's out of control, and if they could understand those two factors, they would understand that we have the most amazing district in the state of Utah, and that we control their money better than anyone else does. But nobody knows that because they only see the bottom line is we're asking for more money, which we're not. Sorry for that.
And maybe we need to get some more data on impact fees, but from what I've studied and learned, we would still need a bond. Impact fees are not the end all be all that people think they are. And at times when they are charged, it's just kind of it makes a difference, but it's not what people think it is. There would still be bonds.
It depends on how they do it, because some states don't. Some states fund the whole school for its growth. Some states make the bond is half and the impact fee is half. So it depends on how they decide to structure it, but states are all a little bit different. But it would help.
Okay, what do other board members think about adding that to this document?
I'd like it.
The other caution I'll give too is we actually had a list of several things. Impact fees was one of them, but we had about 7 or 8 things as a committee that we could have added bullet points for to this and decided to narrow it down to our primary focus. Anyone else?
They got this piece of paper, what would they do different because of this piece of paper? That's maybe rhetorical.
I like the clear message, but I also am frustrated by the fact that impact fees keep getting overlooked each and every year.
Okay. Anyone else on that before? Okay, then I just wanted to kind of talk about, as we try to make a succinct message, we want to be able to expand on that message while we have the ear of our legislators at our breakfast. And so some of the ways that we wanted to move, and I would love your feedback here as well, we're talking a little bit about, we're hearing buzz, concerns about disparity between teacher pay and administrative pay. We thought it might be useful to be able to show a little more expanded role of what teacher options are for pay outside of base salary. So they may be receiving stipend, they're working on a different length of contract, and just be able to take an opportunity to educate people who, if you're not in a school every day, that might not be a basic thing that we understand because we are around it. So we wanted to kind of highlight some of those items as we have time to talk to them a little. Any thoughts there? Perfect. So thank you for your feedback. We'll go we'll go add in, we'll brainstorm, figure out how to improve this and go from there.
Thank you. We'll need to vote on legislative priorities at our first meeting in January, which is right before the legislative breakfast. So please watch your email for drafts and respond. Okay, other committee reports? Finance.
The finance reported tonight already, but I did have a report back from Utah High Schools, and we're working on the realignment. Tomorrow night we have a night meeting with public and schools, and then Thursday an all-day meeting to finalize, and then after that I will send you the final draft.
So are the initial proposals out? So are our schools all in the same region again, or how does that?
No, actually, one of our high schools ended up on the bubble, based on a lot of different factors, and so,
Like moving from 6A to
correct.
5A?
Correct, and so I think it looks like we will not be an all-inclusive district region.
Did you advocate for them to stay or to go to the 5A?
I listened to, well, we looked at all of the factors, and that's just where they fell. They were, like a lot of schools, vying for a lower classification and had asked for it. And, you know, we looked at that. I haven't really given my approval on it yet, but that's what it's looking like.
What is the dynamic there? I mean, if you were to say, I'd like them in 6A, would that?
Well, I'm only one vote, of course, but
Well, but you know how that operates.
I do. I do know how that operates, and if I were to push for it, I might gain some ground with some, but I think most would probably vote for a new classification. That's the way it's looking right now.
And you get the sense that the folks at West Jordan High would welcome
Yes,
that adjustment?
absolutely. Any questions?
The school asked for it.
Yes. And tomorrow night, I'm sure they'll speak to it as well.
Is there any worry that that changes the perception of them within our own district, being a lower classification than the other schools?
You know, I just feel like they want to be more competitive and don't feel like they're getting that opportunity. And they felt like when they were with some of the Granite schools who also want to go 5A, they just had better opportunities competitively. And like I say, there are a lot of factors, free and reduced lunch, a lot of different, enrollment, a lot of different factors go into this, and also their RPI. And so it's looking like they'll fall into that category right now, but we'll see. We'll see who speaks to it tomorrow night, and then have our meeting on Thursday.
And I'm totally respectful of all of that. Do you get a sense, though, to my question, that changes the way they're perceived within our own school district? Because that, to be brutally honest, that's my primary concern, is we all know what a wonderful school West Jordan is, but we also know the fight they have. We all know, and I don't want anything else to add to that. If by being in 5A they're able to be more competitive and it actually elevates, wonderful. But I just want to make sure that that's not a factor in that within our own district dynamics.
Yeah, I appreciate the concern, and it was brought up in the region meeting with our district, and they seemed like they at that time supported it. How they really feel, I'm not really sure yet, but we'll see how it goes, and I'll let you know.
In terms of large districts, there's many districts that have different classifications. Like, we're maybe one of the only ones that have all the same, correct? As far as I know.
There are 4.
Or have everybody in the same classification?
Yes.
Which ones, do you know?
But that's going to change with this realignment. Yeah.
Just ask a process question. So is this something that West Jordan High School requested? Okay, thanks.
I'll just give a report on Utah School Boards Association. They had their new board member orientation. There's 48 new school board members in the state, and 46 of them attended new board member orientation, along with, we had Lisa Dean and Brian Barnett both attend, and Nikki got to attend, and John and Anthony were both there also for that. And the class, they offered 4 different classes, and just to pass along, the slides are on the USBA website if you wanted to go back and access that, or if any board member wants to go access some of that training, it is on the USBA website. The annual conference is January 5th through 7th. You should have all gotten the information about that, or actually I think you'll be getting the program brochure shortly for that. If you want to mark your calendars for USBA Day on the Hill, or District Day on the Hill is what they're calling it, that's February 6th. And that is an all-day event where students are up there in the rotunda, and there's opportunities to meet with legislators and hear speakers and have a tour of the Capitol. That's February 6th. And then finally, everyone should have gotten an email yesterday. One of the board members is actually working on a master's degree, and for part of her master's project, she's doing an evaluation of the Master Board Award. It used to be called the MBA, the Master Board Award. Now it's MBC, Master Board Certification. Power Up's another name for it. That was part of actually my issue with the whole program that I would say on the survey, is that there's so many different names. I'm not sure where we're going with it, but yes. Anyway, that survey is for those that have done it and those who haven't done it, to give their feedback on why they've done it or why they haven't done it. And that information's being compiled and shared with USBA. So,
And everyone should have
everyone
gotten
should
that.
have got it. I didn't. I found it in my junk.
I probably will too.
It came from Richard Stoll yesterday.
Oh, I
So
haven't
just
seen it.
FYI, look for that. Okay, and then finally, I just wanted to ask the board if you would support having a holiday letter to all employees from our board. And then just wondering if Jen and Matt, as a farewell, if you have thoughts on writing something to add to that, or sending something different, or if you want us just to say something about you in it. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Be included in the holiday letter. I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think that it's appropriate for it to come from the board.
Well, I will ask Dr. Godfrey to help us coordinate that with communications or whoever you see fit to get a draft out to the board.
Will do, thank you.
Okay, is there any more comments and reports? Would you like to go get the gift?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, so now at the moment we've all been, I was gonna say dreading, but maybe some people are excited for it, I don't know. We have something as a board that we would like to present to Matt and Jen. And again, so grateful for your contributions, and they've been a lot too. I was thinking back, and I don't even know where to start about the number of things that you've accomplished and given to this board, and that we are truly going to miss.
Okay, so
Would you like to talk about it?
I can.
Okay.
So, as a board, we wanted to give a nice parting gift to Jen Atwood and Matt Young. And so we asked their respective high schools to come up with something for them. We have student artwork, and also, here's a silver wolf.
Silver wolf?
It is. And for Jan, I'm sure you're getting a jaguar. Okay? There it is. Just bring it over here. This is Mr. Young's student artwork, the original. It's not a silver wolf. And he's written you a note. And hard to
Oh,
see
wow.
through.
Yeah.
Jen, turn yours around so we can see it.
That's really cool.
I can't see it. That's the same thing. It's on the school hallway, isn't it?
But maybe a student designed this?
It was a teacher.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, that's Jen's too. They brought everything from West Shore. I don't know why. I guess I do know why. She wears hats.
To make sure you don't forget them.
Hope you enjoy the swag. And I was like, I don't know what that means.
There's also a card from the board for each of you. And, well, we'll reserve time for us to say something, but we want each of you to at least give us some parting words, which is hard to listen to.
Say something first, board, or should we let them speak first?
Whichever you want to do.
I'll just hurry and go ahead and say something.
Okay, okay.
You know me. I'm the crybaby of the board. Hopefully that'll change for you all. I don't know about Lisa. It has been such an honor and a privilege to serve with you all. If there is a community that I want to be a part of more than anything, it is Jordan School District. If you would have told me in high school that I would have been here with my poor assistant principal chasing me down the street by foot. There's so many people that have helped me along the way to get here. People that I love, my family. My amazing husband. And my sons that have sacrificed so much for me to serve my community in which I love so much. My husband and Eli are here with us tonight, and I'm grateful for you being here. It means a lot. My oldest, Isaac, is coming home from Italy on Saturday, so he couldn't be here today. But all three of them have stepped up in so many ways. And I'm just grateful. I have many friends that have been some of my biggest cheerleaders. And although I came into this as a person that had confidence, my cheerleaders helped me in so many ways grow. There's an administrator of schools that is no longer with us, but I appreciate the way that she took me under her wing. when I first came to the board. I hope that people understand in this community, in this district, the integrity that our business administrator and our superintendent have. I have never taken the responsibility of hiring and keeping contracts of the superintendent and the business administrator for granted, and I know that you all haven't either. There's been so many relationships that I've been able to establish within this district, and I will forever carry them in my heart. It has been an honor, and I love you all.
Well, this is, I don't know if I showed everybody this. This is, we as school board members represent all schools. We shouldn't have favorites, but at the end, I will admit, Riverton High School was and is my favorite. As I attended many assemblies and graduations, they would end their school song, "Loyal Members of the Pack." And what's amazing about all of these high schools, if you walk into them, and Riverton, again, was no exception, you did feel as you walked into those buildings that there was a spirit of unity within those halls. And I was always a little bit jealous of the Riverton High School students because I truly believed they were members of a pack and that they will always belong to that. And I'm grateful for both of these gifts. Thank you for this thoughtful gift. My father is an educator, and he was a counselor at many high schools over in Jordan School District on the east side. And he has hanging in his wall the painting of a student that a student had done that had impacted him. And I've always reflected on how meaningful that was, that he got to spend a career where he was able to engage with people that had such an impact that he wanted to see their work hanging on his wall. So to now have something on my wall that reflects a small portion of my life, thank you for the thoughtfulness. I appreciate that. It has been a tremendous honor and privilege to serve alongside so many wonderful people for the last 8 years. I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to thank my wife and my son for their many, many sacrifices in allowing me the opportunity to serve in this capacity. Only those family members of school board members will ever fully appreciate what that sacrifice that they make is, so that we can serve in this capacity. And I'm grateful for my family members and their willingness to give. I'm grateful for so many individuals who have been willing to work with me. These three gentlemen to my left, we have a tremendous group of leaders, starting with these three men, and I am so very grateful for the time and consideration that they have each given me. They have been the recipients of very, very difficult conversations, and not once have they backed away, but have continued to engage. And I know of their goodness and their desire to lead this school district in a way that all of us can be proud. And so I'm grateful for the three of you and for what you represent, for all of the employees of the school district. We have so many wonderful individuals. It has been such a great privilege to witness the amazing individuals who give of their time, talents, and efforts to build the lives of the 57,000 students in this school district. I'm grateful to all the people to my right. We don't always see eye to eye, but these are the individuals who, when asked, stepped into the circle. Quit being the critic, quit being the one on the sideline, and jumped in and said, I will serve. And for that, each and every one of you has my profound respect and gratitude. I'm grateful for Ms. Dean and for Mr. Barnett, who wasn't able to stay this evening, for their willingness to jump into that circle, jump into that arena, and to continue that service. I think it is a very healthy thing for a board to experience change, and to have new perspectives, new blood, new people asking new questions that may have been old questions at one point, but allow them to be re-explored and re-examined. And so I'm excited for the future of the Jordan School Board and for the Jordan School District. I know we are in great hands with this leadership. I will miss you all. I'm not one to stay in contact. Please don't take that as a sign of indifference. At the sake of being too personal, I love you all. And I will carry our experiences in my heart and in great fondness. Thank you for your forgiveness. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for engaging with me. And I wish, please know that I wish the best for the Jordan School District. I will not drive by a school in this district. I will not walk in the halls of this district without thinking of great fondness these last 8 years and hoping for the best of this school district. And so I bid you all a fond farewell. I hope our paths will cross in the future. But no, I will not be an irritant to any of you. And you have plenty of people chirping in your ears. But no, I support you. And know that this district is in great hands. Thank you all.
Board members want to give comments?
I just have a couple things. I needed to express my appreciation to Rochelle Wade, principal at Riverton High School, and Jim Birch, principal at West Jordan High School, for their assistance in helping to get these gifts to where they needed to be, and they were so good to do that for us, so thank you. Also, I would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge Tracy Miller, and she was victorious in getting reelected, and we're so happy that she did, and we just want to express our appreciation to her, and luck and success in the next 4 years. So, thank you. And I'll control.
Anyone else want to comment?
I'm still living in the state of denial. It's the bereavement process. I'm still expecting in the next meeting for them to walk in and sit next to them. I don't like change a lot. This has been an incredible team that's done some really difficult things that we did not sign up for. And the experience that these two gave this board is phenomenal. And some of the decisions that they made in very tough situations is just absolutely incredible. So I don't want the team to break up, but none of us own these seats, and we'll all eventually pass it on to the next person, and hopefully they will do as well as you have. I've always said that our goal should always be to leave the district better than you found it. And I think both of you can say that you have. So thank you.
I'm a crier, so I apologize in advance, but I think that we've heard a lot of reflection on what a great board we have been able to be a part of, and I think that the word balance is the best way to describe a successful board. It requires people who are very different to be able to make decisions that fit into the mainstream and wise decisions. And it's fitting that we have great examples of balance between these two outgoing board members. I remember when I was a board member elect, I wasn't yet sworn into this position, and Matt took an opportunity to talk to me a little bit about my time on the board. He invited me to reflect on what it means to have an idea versus putting an idea into action. I think that he is the master of that. We have been so blessed by the questions that Matt thinks to ask. His mind works so differently than mine, and every time an item comes up, I'm like, oh, I'm so glad he said that because it changes my perspective. We're going to have a hole without that perspective, and I'm so grateful for the first moment of reflection that you gave me to be able to really think about what is the goal and how do you want to accomplish it? What's your path? So I'm grateful for that wisdom. On the other end of that balance was Jen, who from the beginning opens her arms to everyone. I think that she has an ability to reflect love and acceptance that is unsurpassed. She's thoughtful I remember I am a volunteer at heart. I am a mom who wanted to not just complain, but to do something, but wholly unqualified for this. And I had no idea what I was doing when I got here. And she would think of small details she'd just give me a call and say, hey, Nikki, just so you know, this is how I'm dressing for this event tonight. That was so beyond thoughtful. It was so needed. And I think that about any administrator or, I don't know, ESP in the district, because she knows every one of them, would say the same, that they felt that gracious giving of love. And I think that Jen has been able to soften hearts with her personable nature and her ability to see past issues and to see people. So again, I'm with Daryl. I'm in denial. I don't want to imagine how that fits, but I also know that change is good, and so excited to welcome new board members. And with that, I want you two to know how much you'll be missed and how valuable the balance was that you lent to the board and for your service. Love you guys both.
I want to thank Jen Atwood, who taught me not just how to represent the community, but to be that community. Her heart beats everywhere in that community, and just to see the schools differently and be in the schools, and that molded me as a board member. I passionately advocate vigorously, but Jen just has a way of doing it in a way that I had never done, and I will forever be grateful for Jen Atwood to show me how to love and advocate for our community. I need to thank Mr. Young, who I believe wholeheartedly that mentors aren't assigned, they are chosen. There may be an official mentor, but the real one is the one you choose. And I am the board member I am today because of his tutelage and his mentoring. Matt Young has a spidey sense that this board is going to miss. I deeply appreciated that when I served as president. I deeply appreciate it now. I don't share that spidey sense, and it scares the living daylights out of me to not have him around, because I don't want to look around and say Matt would have caught that, and I didn't. But there is a skill set that is walking away from this board that I don't have, and I very much appreciate that tutelage and that just inner voice that just went off and let me know that there was a problem and I didn't even see it. So thank you to both of you. I am a better man and a better board member because of the two of you.
I mean, just echo what everyone else has said. As a board of 7 people, we all are very, different and unique and have different perspectives, and which is a good thing, because as we all come together, I think, we're better and make better decisions because of it. And I keep thinking about the holes that are going to be left by these 2 board members, and they're significant holes. Jen has just been a fierce advocate for her community and also for our employee support professionals. She's played a very big role there, and also in negotiations process with teachers. She's, as we've said, just so great at, building those relationships and advocating for other people. That's going to be greatly missed. And the spidey sense is a real thing. Matt is so good at, I think Nikki said it really well, putting an idea into action. I mean, he's so good at process of figuring out how to get things done. And as a board, especially like if we're stuck or if our conversation's off the rails, Matt's the one that kind of brings us, back together and says, okay, here's the path forward. That is going to be greatly missed. So thank you both for your service on the board.
I don't like being last. I guess unless you guys want to talk too, right? I'll invite you to after, but I just wanted to say thank you to Matt. I appreciate his expertise, his brilliant business mind, and what he added to the board as far as, like Mr. Dunford said, his tutelage. I worked with him on the finance committee, and like I say, he's just so brilliant, such a business mind, and I really appreciate that. I really do. And Jen, the kind, compassionate, caring woman she is. I want to be just like you when I grow up, okay? Anyway, she has become a very dear friend, and I love you, Jen. I love both of you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again, both of you.
I move that we adjourn.
I'll second that.
Motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Atwood to adjourn our meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Nay. No.
Motion passes 6-1. Would you guys be willing to hold like your artwork and have a photo?
Yes, I know.
Isn't that?
I wonder if that.
Wow, it looks real.
The detail on that is
I think
so
I can pull it out.